The quickest, the fastest, the best in the world.
Magnus Carlsen.
Dominant, absolutely dominant.
Chess at blazing speeds.
Get popcorn ready.
Moves without thinking.
Rook A8, Rook A8!
Tactics without blinking.
Oh, Knight of 64.
What in the world just happened?
Oh my God, he lost no time.
The Speed Chess Championship is the elite chess event of the year. For 9 years, the world's strongest blitz players have matched wits over the 64 squares.
How does he do this?
This year, the world's best face-off.
Like E7, he's blundering everything.
Fork, fork, fork.
You're watching the SCC on Chess.com, and it starts now.
Welcome everyone to the Speed Chess Championship 2025, and we are continuing with Hans Niemann against Liren today. But I have the pleasure of being joined early in the morning by my co-commentator, Grandmaster Eric Hansen. My name is Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. How are you, Eric?
Good morning, Amon. Glad to be here. You know, I might not be the biggest morning guy, but if it's a match like Hans versus Ding, it's not hard to wake up.
Yeah, speaking of Hans versus Ding, it's kind of like Hans, we know, has these big aspirations. He holds himself to a very high standard when it comes to the Speed Chess Championship. Meanwhile, Liren, former world champion, what do you think is the expectation for the match day, Eric?
I'm not sure. I think that's why it's kind of interesting to call like a Ding match. He just doesn't play much online, and now even in person, he's doesn't play all the top level events, so you don't really know what kind of Ding you're gonna get. I do know though that he should be a bit more warmed up. I think in China, in the last month or two, they had their national Blitz and Rapid games, so I think he does play those, and that should at least, you know, keep him up to date. Because playing guys like Hans, who's just fresh off the U.S. Championship, you know, Hans is going to be warmed up, but Ding, it's always a bit of a question mark.
Exactly. And let's have a look at the bracket so we can see what this match actually means on the larger scale of things. Obviously, we have a lot of matches that have already taken place. We have some winners in the quarterfinals already. Magnus, Ali Reza, Hikaru, and Wesley are already matched up. But the bottom left of the bracket is where we want to draw our attention today, because Denis Lazovic is sitting in the quarterfinals and he's waiting for the winner of Hans versus Ding. So Eric, with this matchup that we're about to see, you can see just how it impacts the overall bracket in that journey to the finals in London.
Yeah, in their bracket, Lazovic is waiting, and he's just so solid online. So hard to beat in a match because he just hardly ever blunders. I know in this bracket, Lazovic winning, and Hans, he's playing against Ding, and he's the qualifier. Ding is the invited player. And that can kind of mean a little bit. You know, the players that qualified, they grinded for months to make it into this event, and on average, maybe, you know, they take it very seriously. This is one of their best chances to make it to the EWC next year.
Exactly. Yeah, the Speed Chess Championship, as well as Title Tuesday and the CGC, all acting as qualifiers for the EWC. There's a lot more at stake, and so let's take a look at this matchup a little bit more head-to-head, Eric. You know, we kind of have a bit of an understanding of Hans versus Ding, but this is what the pre-match prediction looks like. You know, a 73% win probability for Hans Niemann. And I have to say, Eric, for me, the odds are very understandable. It might seem a little lopsided, but Hans to me is definitely coming in as the favorite. I mentioned his high standards. Like, he is entering the SCC, and he believes that he should be in the finals. And he's played in previous years in a way that certainly indicates that. So what do you think, Eric, about the 73-27 pre-match prediction?
I think it's pretty reasonable. Just with the momentum, Hans has gotten stronger and established himself the last couple of years as a top blitz player. 14-10, that's a couple games. If they go Ding's way, then all of a sudden we're in a very, very competitive match. But I tend to agree. You know, I think this will be close, and Hans is the favorite. And it just really depends what kind of Ding we're going to get today. Because when you talk about Ding Liren, you know, most recent world chess champion, his ceiling when he's in form, he hasn't played as much to the best of his ability in the last few years. Otherwise, he would be probably even when it comes to predictions. So it really depends. Can he channel that 2019, 2020 ding or not? Otherwise, Hans does have all the momentum and, you know, recent results to back him up.
Agreed. And, you know, without taking a step further, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the heartbreaking news about Daniel Naroditsky. Something that's definitely had an effect on me, and I know yourself as well, Eric. You know, he's just did the most to inspire, to educate people around the world when it came to chess, and you know, his passion was always visible. The way he took time to welcome people into the game, and he certainly left a lasting mark on the chess community. So I wanted to take a moment here to take a look at a tribute video to recognize the journey and pay a special tribute to Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Well, I actually hadn't seen that video before, so that was quite touching. Look, Danya is you know, he's someone who did so many things well. He was a player. He was a competitor. That's one place I definitely remember Danya. I remember playing against him, Eric, 2013 in Philadelphia. I think I got a draw with him from opening theory, and I'm sure he was. It wasn't a meaningful result for him, but it was meaningful for me. He was already a strong player at the time, and I was just up and coming. I know him as a content creator. We made some amazing videos together that are available on the Chess.com channel. I know, you had the pleasure of playing the longest and most intense matches against him. He was also a commentator, a co-commentator. We both had the chance to work with him, and Danya was someone that just always made you better when you were around him, whether you're making content with him, commentating, playing against him. But most importantly, had the chance to say that he was my friend. And I think you're going to have to take over here, Eric. Not going to make it through this.
Yeah, no, one of the first times we spent a lot of time together was in Arizona. We're teaching a chess camp, and we've been playing for thousands of games online throughout the years. But when it came to Danya and in person or just in general, it was very, very natural. We saw each other to just bring out the chessboard and just play for hours on end, not just online, but I mean in person. And his passion for chess has been there since I met him when he was much younger. I mean, he really loved chess and loved sharing that. And I think some other, even grandmasters might even share that, the word passion is thrown, around easily, but he really loved chess and everything about it, the teaching, the playing, sharing it. And there aren't too many people like that you'll encounter in the chess world. So at least today, I think you'd be happy to know, it's about to be Speed Chess Championships, one-on-one, two of the best players. Like, I think that's a nice moment and nice type of content that he would have appreciated, but it just, of course, like, doesn't feel the same. And you know how small the chess world is, fortunately during moments or times like this, that, everyone knew of him, and he impacted a lot of people. It's hard to describe it. It's, I don't have too many people that I would say are on my list where I could always just show up and play over all these years. And he was one of just a few where it's like anytime, all the time, we could talk chess and play chess, and it feels a lot emptier. It feels hasn't it's still setting in. And we've been streaming for a long time, and even that is the whole space. Us players, viewers, it's it's good. I don't know how I'm going to view some of those things moving forward, because it was a lot. Yeah, he was a big impact, I think, across the board. And at least we're covering speed chess, but
exactly,
we're really gonna miss Danya.
Yeah, there's nothing he loved more than seeing two people just go at it in speed chess. He would always say the commentary seat was the best seat in the house for something like this. And we're gonna get into today's match, because that's what we're here to do, Eric. But never forgetting Danya, ever. So let's get into this match, because truly it's the thing you love most. And Hans Niemann and Liren to start today off is truly a treat, and a matchup that is very, very intriguing for a number of reasons. You mentioned that you don't really know what Liren is going to show up. To be honest, Eric, I feel like we generally do know what Hans Niemann is going to show up. He's been quite consistent as of late. He's a momentum rider, right? When things are going well, he really feeds into that. And so Feels like both of these players, it depends what version shows up, but for Hans, there's that consistent base that he always seems to have.
Definitely, and I think, he plays so much, one of the most active players just across all the formats in chess. And because of that, there is a level of consistency. He's played all the top players now, lots of match experience, lots of just experience in different formats. And that gives you confidence. And he's, he brings it into those games. And I think even from his perspective, if he's playing someone like Ding in this field, compared to maybe Lazovic or maybe some of the younger guys, he knows like Ding can blunder, Ding can break. He's been much shakier, and the consistency and the volume, the activity that Hans brings, that's an advantage. He knows it's an advantage. So expect him to try to take him into deep waters, because he's going to be confident in his form. He's going to be confident in his mouse skills, just confident across the board. And I think that's why the players that have qualified, there was only a few players that qualified. There's a lot of invited players. Those guys, I don't think they have imposter syndrome here. They know they earned it. They know it's harder than just getting invited. Like they had to run through the gauntlet to get here, and should bode well in terms of feeling comfortable, feeling warmed up. First game here, we have this very topical Joko piano, where I guess white brings that dark squared bishop out early, provokes g5, and you get this very double-edged play, because you got this bishop on a7, bishop on g3, all the pieces are on the board, and black's ready to at some point play f5 when the king is out of the way.
Yeah, the f pawn, and especially this move knight h7, definitely indicates that. You see a lot of maneuvering when it comes to this opening, but I will say it's always been an opening, Eric, that has felt to me like it's quite dangerous looking, but I'm not sure if that's what it feels like to play against at this level for these guys. But for me, and I think for most of the people watching, seeing h5, seeing g5 on the board, and being forced to play a move like h4 here, you got that piercing bishop on a7, and it feels scary.
It definitely is scary. Just these days, players are always looking for imbalances. It's hard to push for an advantage with white, and at least in these positions, it's scary looking. But black playing h5 and g5, there's some concessions or some long-term squares that white can aim for. And yeah, for the sake of putting pressure on your opponent, not playing necessarily like a Berlin endgame. These are rich positions with weak squares and activity for both colors that modern chess has just fully embraced. The players are looking for complications and don't mind a bit of risk, because a lot of other openings, it's hard. It's really hard to get any play. And here, all the pawns are on the board. All the pieces are on the board. Can't say that about most openings at this stage. And that means, we're going to get a nice, exciting, probably first game at some point. White plays d4, puts pressure on e5. Again, black would love to play f5 at some point. It's about the timing. But even if those moves don't come easily, f3, that'd be a can opener. Different ideas.
Yeah, it kind of feels like both sides have this idea to push the f pawn, f3 or f5. And now we see something that I'm not sure if Hans had prepared this move d4, or if this is maybe a knee-jerk reaction to maybe missing knight g6 or underestimating it. Because look, you're walking in knight g6, you're taking on h4. This looks like something that is easy to miss, because maybe it looked like black was playing for f5. All of a sudden, there's just no defending h4. So Hans says, well, I'll play knight e3, I'll play d4, shut that bishop on a7 out. But at the same time, at some point, Eric, you kind of have to count out the pawns. So where do you put your value in this position? Is it on the material, the extra pawn that Ding has? Or is it on the fact that the e pawn is loose, that black's king is a lot more exposed, and white seems to be maybe slightly ahead in development?
I mean, normally speaking, I would be okay losing the H pawn. Hans has lost it for the E pawn right now. But there's some things to calculate when it comes to taking on E5. I don't play these positions that much as white. I must admit, you do have to study them pretty deeply, and there is some risk involved. Putting your bishop on your king side, inviting your opponent to push those king side pawns and try to trap it. So I haven't played this too much, but I generally would be okay losing that H pawn if I can win E5. But Hans played knight H to F1. So there might be some tactics involved as to why you can't take on E5 or why you didn't prefer it. At the same time, oh, okay. No, there's a lot going on here in these blitz games. And one thing that I think I would say is a feature of Hans's chess more than Ding is he's very practical and he plays a lot. So in a complicated position, you can spend so much time absorbing, calculating, but he'll often, what we're seeing right now, he just played a couple moves instantly, and position, you just have to acknowledge sometimes the position is too rich to figure everything out, and you just have to play fast.
Yeah, look how quickly these moves just came in. That knight went from e3, d5, c7, grabbed a pawn, back to b5, grabbed another pawn. And these were instant decisions, Eric. So as you mentioned, he's not really pausing at all. And, he just took 2 pawns out of Ding's position. Now we see h4. The idea is maybe that he wants to play g3 in the future. If we see maybe bishop takes on e5, that's going to open up the bishop on b6 on the white king on g1. But the queens are likely to exchange, and currently that extra pawn is the reason that Hans has an advantage.
Yeah, with h4, Ding's really hoping at some point that d4 pawn takes on e5 to open up that diagonal for that dark squared bishop, play that move g3. And we might see it maybe even right here. Can you play g3? It might be temporary, but you do open up that diagonal for the dark square bishop, at least the pin. The d pawn will then be pinned. Super sharp. The players are definitely going for it in the first game.
Yeah, because you can play g3 and then trade the queens. There's a future where you trade the queens and then take on d4. Now, Ding has done it sort of in a different order here with pawn takes on d4 first. Maybe we'll end up transposing, but it feels to me like maybe g3 or queen takes on d2 was the maybe more precise move order, but very, very hard to discern.
Very hard to discern. I think white definitely is avoiding the queen trade right now because that knight on h7 is just waiting to spring into action. And so that would just accelerate that process, that knight getting to g5. Even if the queen's off the board, doesn't mean black doesn't have tactical ideas with that h pawn, that g pawn, very close to white's king. So I expect the tension to maintain and Hans to try to delay that as much as possible. And we see it right now, knight b3. Again, black can play g3, but in all these moments, that dark squared bishop is hanging. So black would love to play g3 while maintaining that dark squared bishop. And here, let's say you play bishop a7, maybe the knight just chases it from knight b5. Okay, so yeah, bishop b5. Getting rid of the dark squared bishop will at least make things a lot easier for Hans. There's no risk of his bishop being trapped on h2. No more pin. At the same time, material's liquidated here. And when you push those, kingside pawns as black, with the queens off the board, it's not as bad in terms of being like, hey, maybe black's king is a little loose. Sure, but with the queens off the board, the absence of dark squared bishops, generally that king on g7 should still be okay.
Yeah, and the move knight f5 looks like a great move in general, but the bishop on c4 was hanging. So couldn't just commit with knight f5 and taking the h-pawn. After h3, f4, and now Hans, he's kind of posturing up. I think he's a bit happy with his position. You can see the f5 square is available. The white king is going to go to f2. Maybe the rook will slide to the g file. There's always f4 in the future, Eric. So I think if you look at the body language here, Eric, and the board, it feels like Hans is much happier with his game.
Is much happier. I agree. I mean, it's just so cohesive here. Everything's defended. You have 2 nice pawn chains. H3 can be picked off, but at least Ding he's up on the clock, so something in his favor. But yeah, look for that h3 pawn to be a long-term target for white to eventually take and say, you know, I'm up a pawn. Knight h5, preparing knight f4.
Yeah, that was the move. Knight to c4 offers a lot of trades here, but primarily bishop takes f5, knight e5. It feels like you're kind of surviving a little bit better as Ding. The knight wants to make it into f4. So I think this is a bit of an achievement, and maybe that time advantage that he had played into these last couple moves.
I do think it's an achievement, but h3, there's no fixing that. It's weak for the rest of the game. Ding's job, I think, is to try to find counterplay elsewhere or keep pieces on the board. Like right now, knight d3. Now h3 you can't take because the rook takes d3 and knight f4 check. So Ding is just going to use that pawn, leave it there, not defend. Oh, wait a second. All right.
I mean, this is a incredible.
You can sack and play then rook c2 check.
Yeah, and
missed the moment.
that is to get king takes h3, knight f4, the same tactic you just pointed out, but nobody in this game saw it with only seconds to spare.
Hans couldn't decide, can I take on h3 with the rooks on the board? He prefers trading before taking because maybe you take on h3 and your king gets in trouble. You know, some checks, some ladder mate. But he has won a clean pawn here, and this is an easier position for him to start pre-moving and catching up on the clock. Ding down a pawn. That
Yeah, you
king
can
is
almost just go into d7, like the f7 pawn. If you could take that, that's just a checkmate.
Oh yeah, no, Hans is making big progress. Rook b6 defends b2. The knight is almost boxed out.
Yeah, completely at this point. There goes the f pawn. The knight on h8 is complete. That's the worst place you could have a knight.
You don't need to do anything. Just leave it there. Just leave it
Yeah,
there. But he's just picking up the pawns.
Oh man, yeah. This is going to be game 1 for Hans Niemann, and obviously he's happy with the result, but I think he had that body language, like he wasn't, particularly happy with his conversion. From my perspective, Eric, I think he did a great job from a practical perspective. He took basically an equal-ish position, and he just understood that his position is easier to play. You highlighted just what a practical player he is, kind of a difference between his game and Ding's.
Definitely. I mean, said today, like coming into the matchup, what kind of Ding are we getting? He's going to have to really bring his A game. And that requires, even in that last game, they might have been down at 20 seconds. Ding missed the tactical shot. He had one chance to win the game, just one moment. Was it hard to find? Yes. But is he capable? Absolutely. But without finding that, just Hans very comfortable in that time scramble with a bit of a push.
Yep, and I just saw this move h6, which I think that if Black had castled and not played h6, it would have been almost impossible to ever break this pin from the bishop on g5. So kind of a bit of a forcing sequence. Although there's an isolated pawn for white, usually what we look out for are things like the minor pieces on the board, as well as control of the square in front of it. I'm not seeing that Black has great control over d5. And so if the knight on c6 was on the d5 square, that might paint a different picture. But here, I'm seeing the bishop on e4 much better than the bishop on e8. And in general, I think Ding can be fairly satisfied with having a nice looking isolated pawn position. But being satisfied, Eric, the engine is still saying, yeah, it's about equal.
Yeah, the problem here is where's the counter? Like, where's the push for white? Development is good. Everything looks good, but you have this weakness on d4. And is it hard to play for Black? And when you see a move like rook d6 from Hans, that's correct. You're just ready to double rooks, put pressure on d4 and ask your opponent, what are you going to do? And Ding just lost the game. I mean, you want to, after you lose the first game, you're like, okay, I got white. Let me put some pressure on. Let me build some confidence. So he's going to feel internally like, I want to get something from this game. And I don't think this is the best position to do so.
No.
It's too easy to play for Black. Just put all the pieces on the d file, challenge d4, and this is why isolated queen's pawn positions generally require more pieces on the board. Because if Black or the defending side is able to just put all the remaining pieces and pressure that isolated pawn, you're asking yourself, well, why did I take this position? Like, Yes, black has a weak pawn on c6 too, but this is pretty balanced. And what happens after
So
e5? I was just about to ask. Like, it's just not when you want pressure, you want tension. This is none of that. This is just easy for black.
yeah, I'm not
Target the
understanding.
isolated pawn.
I'm not understanding h3 because of the obvious pawn to e5, taking advantage of the pin. But also, it also feels to me like the king on g1, if it needed to move somewhere after a check on the first rank, moving to h2 means that the f pawn would be undefended in a lot of cases. So I guess I mean this has just been a really uninspiring game from Ding so far. It feels like he's not getting anything from this opening. Remember, he's playing with the white pieces, having just lost the first game. This is not that impressive. I would have expected a bit more of a fight with his first game with white.
Yeah, I mean, it's very demoralizing, very frustrating. I mean, you get mad at yourself. You have the white pieces. Your job is to make your opponent think or ask some tough questions. And here, that hasn't happened. Hans is up a pawn. Even if he loses it, generally that will be like a equal rook endgame, where he can't be on the worst side. So it's a 2-result game. And look at the time. Almost 2 minutes up for Hans. No pressure. Ding's job is to keep things as is because a6 is weak, c6 is weak. Yes, black is up a pawn, but it's hard to push them effectively. They're isolated. That c pawn can go to c5, but it can't go past that. So you have to slowly, maybe as black, play rook d5, rook d4, queen to d5, then c4. It takes some time, but at least, in the meantime, white doesn't have much counterplay. White's job is just to sit. And that's not fun. That's not fun to just sit and be down a pawn and suffer for this endgame. But that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that Ding can hope for. He's also down, more than a minute and a half here. It's just not a position where you're going to succeed. Your best case scenario is a draw, and you've got time working against you. You've got the material disadvantage here. As you mentioned, you're just kind of sitting and hoping maybe for a mistake or a failed conversion. But queen d5, rook d1 already puts a big threat on the table of checkmate on h1. Eric, this is looking like a Hans Niemann conversion, I would say.
Queen d5, Hans is preparing rook d1, aiming for h1. That's the checkmate square. Normally, as white, you want to play queen b4 here. You might want to find ways to go for perpetual. And he's played queen b4. It's all about the timing. Rook d1 is a serious threat. Is Ding looking for more queen checks? Or is he going to have to play something passive? You don't want to play rook e1 here. Allows rook d2. Goes for f4.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to need an explanation there. That looks awful, Amon. What happens after rook d1? Rook g2?
I mean,
is he playing rook g2? Because
he has to be, right?
He's just weakening his own king. Then we can take on f4 and play queen e4.
Yeah.
Notice that black's queen protects the b7 square, so no check, defend c4. There's no checks for white's queen. And in the meantime, I think Hans can start invading. Maybe take on f4, bring the queen to e4. And where is the counterplay? This is not how you get counterplay. This is not active counterplay.
I mean, you almost have to play queen b8 here. It's the only move that I can
see. Queen b8's a good find.
But, the king is going to be able to escape these checks, is my feeling. And the queen just guards the f4 pawn. So how do we continue from here?
I might go rook d7. I might go rook d7 just because the queen now has to watch over f4. It's no longer free like it was in other positions to harass.
That's a really nice move.
Oh, queen
e1. That's a killer move. That's basically full calculation, Eric. He's saying, I've looked at the checks, and there's not enough.
The king can run to h6. And now queen takes h4 as the mating threat, right?
Yeah, that's a big deal because there's also rook takes g6, right? You can throw that move in, but
so you have to walk your king in a way that doesn't allow checks as black. So f8, g7, h6.
And then maybe on king f8, we'll see queen b4, like a bailout queen exchange. I mean, it's not to say that it saves the game for white at all, but that I think Hans has sort of gone through the motions and said that he's okay with that position because don't feel like king g8 works, although maybe, yeah,
No,
depending on
king
the
f8,
check.
it makes sense. We've seen this line, but I think if you take and now king f7 and just prepare a move like rook d4,
Yep,
white's pawns are awful. Black
the
is not
worst.
only up a
Yeah,
pawn, but if white doesn't do something active, Hans is playing rook to d4 and bringing his king maybe to f5.
that's right.
F5 played to prevent that. Now
I
two
mean,
pawns
it doesn't.
down,
Yeah, this
but the
doesn't
king
do
can even
much.
king just is forces the king to h3 where it's cut off. And Hans can even probably walk his king to b5.
Yep. Yep, this is 100% winning, and also 29 seconds is just not enough to do anything with. So we're going to see rook a1 going for some sort of counterplay, but honestly, with the white king cut off on h3, Eric, there's just no way that you can stop this f pawn as well as keep pawns on the board.
Yeah, maybe just push the f pawn. I was looking at playing rook check, but the king cut off, what you mentioned.
Yeah,
And now rook, yeah, you can check, then take on b2.
there's
And
just no
there's nothing. No,
stalemate
this is,
tricks. Yeah,
I mean, this is resignable. The only question is, does Ding favor his chances in this time control or not? Does he want to prolong it? Does he want more time in the session? Are we going to see resignation? Or because here, Amon, you can just play c3,
mm-hmm.
right? c3, give up the pawn, then king g3, you have rook h2 and f2 as a way to win,
Yep.
right? Rook, that's trivial. See the body language of Ding.
Yeah, now it's c2, rook b1, 100% over, and that is another win for Hans Niemann in this 5+1 section. Eric, a phenomenal start for Hans. He's not really playing positions where he's had to take incredible risk, and he's converted both of them into wins. I have to say that last game, that game we just watched, Eric, was so effortless because the opening and the way Ding played it was just not very competitive, right? He had the white pieces, he just traded into a slightly worse position, and it just got worse and worse from there.
No, that's a nightmare. I mean, Ding is a very strong technical player. To just play that type of position, a fairly basic position, that poorly does not bode well. I think he is the underdog this match, and giving away games might not get a chance to come back, especially like with white. That should be the opportunity for him to pose some problems. But Hans has to be just very happy with his start. Gifted a
Yeah,
pawn,
we
converted
see this
well,
g5 again. What do you
and
make of this g5, Eric? I also remember interviewing Wesley, and I think he was saying that Vincent had some crazy g5 stuff that he was like, wow, I mean, this honestly, it was just good prep. Like it was really tough to deal with. So is this a new age of the Italian game?
it is the new age of the Italian game. At the same time, white players are provoking this. If g5 is
Right.
being played, you can play g5 without white bringing out their dark squared bishop. That's riskier. But g5 is much more standard when white brings that dark squared bishop out early to pin. So yes, it is very scary, but at the same time, you're inviting it as white. If you play the standard
Right.
older main lines, that doesn't occur. I think in the first game, well, I mean, Hans did win with white, not because of the opening, but we got a nice fighting position.
Mm-hmm.
Both players are happy with that. For Ding, I think when we compare the first game when he had black compared to the second game when he had white, he'll take this position. Rich, there's opportunities. But look at that. Maybe Hans has some of his own ideas. That's a sack for two pawns and the center early on, Amon, and played without thinking that, indicates to me this idea he's seen before.
Yeah.
Probably looked at it at home, and the evaluation is that there's lots of counterplay here. for white. There's lots of compensation. Maybe I'm going to play pawn to e5 and find a way to get my knight to e4. But
Yep.
black's king is stuck. The pawn, like, even without talking about tactical ideas, just by having this pawn center, that bishop on e7 is shut out right now. So when we have a rich board, lots of pieces, that middle cuts off a lot of the squares for black to find active squares, outposts, and in the long run, that could really pay off.
Yeah, we see basically the same idea, knight g6, looking for the h4 pawn, but it's much less impactful now. The move pawn to e5 and knight e4, threatening knight f6 check, is actually just something I'm not sure that can be prevented. So I'm expecting that if e5 gets played, Ding might actually consider knight takes h4 anyway and bring the knight back to f5 and almost plan to sack some material there. But I don't know, Eric. This really does not look too promising for Ding because you barely have pieces developed, and the bishop on a7 is such an irrelevant piece with the c3, d4 pawns. It's not just the sack in the center; it's mainly that dark square bishop is completely out of the game.
Yeah, it's clear Hans doesn't want Ding to get comfortable, doesn't want to play positions where maybe they both know what's going on, but Ding can rely on his experience, his world championship prep, stable positions. Here, not at all. There's issues at every turn, and as long as the queens are on the board and you see all this activity from white, Ding's not going to feel comfortable whatsoever with that king on e8. Bishop d5, provoking c6. I mean, now maybe you pull the bishop back to e4. You're like, I don't mind trading if I get my knight to e4. But if you don't trade, now c6 is also a weakness. Now the knight is stuck on d8, can't move because c6 is loose. Now the rooks can't connect. Rook b1 maybe. f4. Holy cow.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very, very direct move, right?
That's very direct to play f5. Oof. Normally, you'd meet this with f5 yourself as black, but that doesn't work tactically.
Yeah, h-pawn is defended here. The rook on g8 just opened up. So actually, although f4, I mean, it's almost the face that Hans has right now on the camera that's describing my feeling about f4 perfectly. It's kind of like, I feel that this is like a good move. It's a fun move. It gets my pieces active. I feel like it might work out, but at the same time, I know that I'm giving counterplay to my opponent.
Yeah, definitely gives black the G file. I thought queen d3 was about to be played. I liked queen d3, thought that served a similar purpose, but the queen is really centralized there. You'd love to get your queen maybe to c4 in some positions, or maybe even take on a6. Not now, but in the future, if the rook ever moves from a8, which I wasn't. Yeah, knight g5 though. So f7 is guarded by the knight on d8. But
the coordination is just so strong, right? Knight h7 to f6 is coming, and although you achieved c5, c4, I think
bishop h7, rook takes g5, I guess, is forced, because otherwise then you lose the knight on e5. So now we're looking at a rook for two pieces.
It's interesting because bishop h7 was played very quickly to hit the knight on e5, and it almost, I mean, I'll just say, I think that's a moment where Hans played way too quick. He was almost assuming the way that Ding was playing that he was just drawing dead, but that's not the case at all. Rook takes g5, and you're back in the game.
No, and you're in Ding's shoes. You're happy to give up the exchange. You're worried about getting like checkmated in the middle of the board. Your rooks aren't connected. The value compared to that knight, no problem. So this definitely gives Ding counterplay. It's a wild position, but all of a sudden our ideas for white, we don't have as many. We don't have that knight putting pressure on those squares around black's king. Bishop e3, that could definitely be played. You still lack stability as black here. Safety for the king. I don't know if you can get the queens off somehow. He's playing king there. I mean, I'm not sure if you can play g6. G6, maybe king g7, but I'm not... Wow. Rook e1 played, and Ding's realized that there's an issue here.
But Hans also immediately saw bishop e3. So rook e1, sacking the rook, a brilliancy by Hans. But you know what? it was easy to find because
G6?
he knew that bishop e3 was so bad. So he just said, well, let me stop that. And now you're moved g6. There's no way to interpose queen h6. The dark square bishop's coming alive. I mean, you're up material here, but it's hardly relevant. Hans is going to win this game.
No, yeah, exactly. It's not relevant if your pieces aren't there to defend. And look at where black's pieces are. Bishop e5 check. I'm looking at if you can play bishop e5 and then sack on f6 and play queen h6. Don't know if that works, but it's extremely enticing. To sack the bishop, play queen h6, preparing g7, ideas like that. He's certainly calculating it.
I think it's working, and I think Hans is calculating exactly that right now. By the way, bishop e5, if you move the king to f8, well, g7, all of a sudden I have another queen on the board. I think bishop e5, pawn f6, sack on f6 with the bishop, queen h6, and then if black slides the queen over to g7, you have a number of ways to win there. Rook f1 check, not to mention
Rook
queen
f1,
f4, I think is forced checkmate in a couple moves. So a really, really nice line. I think he's just double checking it. He rushed earlier, and he kind of knew that he made a mistake. So he's taking his time here. But Eric, I think he's got bishop e5 in his sights.
Yeah, we can find other moves like queen g5. I'd love to play, but black can play f6. Wow. He doesn't play bishop takes f6. There's something you saw. I don't see it right now off the top of my head, but this is still powerful. There's just, when you give that check on h6, I'm wondering what the follow-up is. I think that was a missed opportunity. I think that was definitely
really good, but clearly there was a resource. The engine wasn't saying like, hey, this is forced mate or anything. So there was something there that credit to Hans, because he probably spotted something, although he didn't make the best move in the end. We'll have to see. It's now a completely different game though, Eric. And I think Ding is probably a really, really fortunate to be in the position that he's in right now with another sacrifice. Ding is back in the game.
So we get the queens off the board, and there's some positions that I'm worried about for white where your bishop is stuck on h7. You have to be a little bit careful about the bishop being stuck on h7. If enough pieces are traded off, you can't extract that bishop.
Yeah, rook
but
e7.
Watch out, rook e7.
What do you do about
rook e7, you can't go king h6. Bishop f4 is mate. Rook e7, is he planning? Just has to be planning king h8, right?
Well, the funny thing about that bishop on h7 is you can never push the pawn to g7. So
has to be planning it, yeah.
I could see a draw with rook e7 and trade the bishops on c5 and then maybe rook e8, rook e7. But honestly, the bishop on h7 is so bad now. Eric, I can see positions where Hans loses. Yeah.
No, that's the bishop on h7 it's been my concern the entire time. There's no good way to extract it. You play rook e7, it's a check. But now you're forcing the bishops off because your bishop will then be pinned. Hans is down to 30 seconds. He's playing rook e7, but king h6. Is Ding playing king h8 with draw potential, or king h6? Saying, hey, figure out how to get your bishop out. Because if you don't...
you can, you can play bishop g8, but that pawn is going down. You can solidify this pawn on a6 with pawn to a5 or even rook a5.
Okay, Ding has time to play bishop d3 check, followed by... No, bishop d3, bishop f5. So black would still be up a pawn. Because if rook takes a6, there's rook h4 check.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice tactic. Rook takes a6. And probably that's exactly what was missed.
So Ding is up a pawn. Time getting closer. You'd love to push your pawn to a2 with a bishop on e6, defending the diagonal. But c4 is a great find by Hans. Maybe you can plant the bishop on d5. And just try to hold there. Ding's going to march his king down the dark squares.
Exactly. The pawn on a2, you get it there, but there's actually not a more uncomfortable position that exists. Your rook on a1 can't move. And, well, obviously it can go to c1, but not keeping the a pawn as well. So I think Hans is going to be happy with his drawing chances now.
For sure. And I'm just not sure if Ding maximized that. Right?
No, not at all. Definitely not.
I mean, maybe he sees this position reminds him of a certain world championship game where he was the one down a pawn in a drawn, which should have been a drawn position, and lost. So he can play this on for a little bit, but doesn't look like he's even trying. I mean, that's a good recovery by Ding, but you'd like to see him try to prolong that position a bit more, because that was the best chance in the match so far. I mean, it's after 3 games, it's 2.5 half, and for maybe half a minute there, he was up a pawn.
Yeah,
That's the most
completely
he's had.
agree. I think that judging by how the games have gone, and especially because this one, Eric, I'm not going to lie, I think it should have probably been a Hans victory with some of those other variations played. I think you got to take your chances as Ding. There haven't been that many in the match, and now we're back in another position, which is d4. We see pawn sacrifice, temporary, and the knight goes to b5 in order to recapture on d4. But we're back in a position where I think with the midway break looming in this 5+1 portion, Ding Liren has to get on the board here in a more meaningful way than just a draw from maybe a better position.
For sure. And at least in this position, we once again have a isolated queen's pawn future. When white takes on d4, d5's weak. The way the match has gone, the games it's 2.5, but we've had playable positions. Ding has had sharp positions. Hans, his method of winning this match, he's not playing solid. He's outplaying Ding on the board, on the clock so far. But at least Ding doesn't have to worry about, hey, I'm playing this match. I just can't get positions. I can't get play. The play is there. They're just very complicated, sharp positions. See the eval bar if you're watching at home. The players with low time on the clock, these positions are so hard to play accurately. So you're not expecting your opponent to play perfect. There's definitely a lot of variance in some of the positions we're seeing. And at least that gives Ding some hope there. Just has to navigate them a bit better. Because right now, Hans has been dictating the play for sure.
He has. And I've also felt that when Hans has things flowing, that he's playing in a rhythm, but also even the questionable positions, maybe the slight misses, Ding isn't capitalizing. And so Hans has been surprised at a few moments that maybe a better move hasn't been played. And he feels like maybe he's been let off the hook or given a few more chances. So Ding is going to have to capitalize a little bit more going forward. But in the grand scheme of the match, Eric, with 5+1, not even halfway done yet, I think he's definitely got some time, and 2.5 to half is nothing to be too scared about. But obviously we're reading into what we've seen so far, and things are going to have to change.
For sure. But if you're taking a look at this match beforehand on paper, you take a look at Ding and his path to winning. Typically, when he wins matches, he plays like incredible chess. He pushes the positions, converts them. He's not known as a player, Mon, that wins bad positions or is super tricky. He's a bit more narrow in his approach. Technical. He can play sharp positions really well, but he's not like trying to flag players. He's not going for cheapos. Hans and some of the young, really strong players, they play all sorts of positions, and they even play just bad positions confidently. Ding doesn't generally have that in his arsenal. He needs good positions where he's dictating the play. And unless he's bringing something new today to the table, he's much more predictable in his approach. But if he's not achieving good positions against Hans, that's not going to work. He's going to have to play looser.
Yeah, I think it's actually
different.
That's a really good point. I think back to the game that Ding played with the white pieces, the rook end game, where he was just down a pawn and just got outplayed start to finish. Like, there wasn't a lot of resilience. And so I think the games where Ding has the white pieces, there has to be more of an emphasis. And so looking at this game, Eric, I like it a lot more than the game they saw previously, because the last time Ding had the white pieces, honestly, it was kind of a disaster of an opening, didn't lead to any meaningful advantage. And now I believe he's probably going to be considering this move, bishop c7. It nudges the queen over to a6, but you can also imagine the knight on b5 jumping into the c7 square. So if that bishop from c7 ever moves, it makes way for knight c7 to happen.
I like the idea behind bishop c7. It's the testing move. It's the critical move. Just he took some time to play it, and already,
Yep.
If he's going to be down on the clock every game, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, he's also not the speediest player. He's not the most confident in time scramble. I think Hans would probably take himself there. He can definitely hold his own, but the nerves really kick in these time scrambles, even from a 5-minute or a 3-minute game. I like the position. We mentioned the isolated pawn in a previous game. Look at the difference here. Now the d4 square is controlled by white. So I imagine Hans is going to be looking at some move, maybe with the knight on f6, trying to unleash that bishop on g7. But if you don't really control the d4 square, then I really love Ding and how he's going to play against this isolated pawn here.
This is a great position for Ding to get back in the match. You can absolutely consider taking on e6. Yes, black will probably take back with the f pawn, no longer possessing that isolated queen's pawn. But then white has the bishop pair, open position. Always putting pressure on b7. At some point, white would maybe bring that light squared bishop to h3. He doesn't take it yet, but this position has lots of play. I would say white is definitely a little bit better, and just great opportunity for Ding to imbalance things.
Yeah, I think
he played
that
e3. I thought he was going to take on e6 and just play that position. It's the easy to play position, open position for the two bishops without much risk. E3 is fine, but he's not going to get away from that
it's
decision.
just fine, I think. Like it's
that's right.
only okay. And so we're wondering whether maybe he was going to go for something a bit more decisive, maybe go for a bigger advantage. But for now, Ding is happy to just enjoy the advantage that he currently has. I think you can take another kind of safe approach with a move like rook d1, like maybe rook c d1 to cover knight d2 and also defend on d4. But I was also wondering, are we going to see something a bit more aggressive, like some captures maybe in the middle of the board? B7 pawn is loose, which means you can't really slide the queen over as confidently to capture an e6. And now with some double pawns in the center, clear advantage for Ding here.
Clear advantage, and you just want to make sure your dark square bishop doesn't get trapped on f4. That's the main thing. I'm not sure if g4 is a move to consider here at some point to just extend that diagonal, have that g3 square. But structurally, Ding has a serious pull here. Double isolated pawns on the e file, b7 loose, and just not a lot of counterplay for Hans. So, in terms of making Ding feel uncomfortable, okay, h4, still watch out. If that pawn on e6 can move, e5 traps the bishop. Right now, that pawn is pinned, but Hans is eyeballing it.
Yeah, I was wondering if we would see just king h7, making the threat of pawn to e5, but I think that queen b6 is, also looking towards a potential endgame where if you take this queen, the pawns look terrible for Hans, but the a2 pawn will be hanging, the b2 pawn will be hanging, and pawn to e5, the move that you've been talking about, Eric, will be threatened. So it's just a pretty clever move.
It's very clever. We need a move here right now. I'm wondering, can we keep the queens on the board? Because black's king is loose. The pawns are weak around there. If I could play queen a4, I'd love to. I just trying to calculate if black can get away with e5 and trap the bishop. You do not want to trade queens if you're in Ding's shoes. He's anything but trading the queens. If you have to, it's a concession. Gives black a lot of counterplay.
So bishop c7.
But this loses the b2 pawn. Yes, black has these weaknesses, but you've lost the full pawn. That's not it.
And rook c2, bishop e5 maybe trades further. This move even allows b5, which I don't know that you want to. Like b5, a5, I start to get concerned about the a pawn just going all the way, Eric.
Absolutely. If we can talk about e6, e4 being weak, but black has a win condition by getting that a pawn down the board.
That's
and all
terrible.
Of a sudden, the queens are off. Ding has pinned his own bishop. And I don't see counterplay. a4.
The bishop on b2 covers the whole board, right? There's no danger.
No danger at all. You can put the bishop on h8 if you're really worried and just push the a pawn. Not only is this easy to play, Ding's down to 3 seconds here. He's got to take. You got to take.
And you mentioned, Eric, a lack of resilience, and we kind of see it on display here. Nothing to play, but also nothing being played as time expires, and the lead for Hans Niemann gets larger and larger, Eric, as we're going into our midway point of the 5-minute portion, but dominant from Hans Niemann so far.
Dominant, and that was so poor from Ding. I mean, we knew he's the underdog, but he's capable of much better. It went from a good position to bad in like 5 moves, and that's self-inflicted, right? Bishop c7. He allowed a queen trade, pinned his bishop, lost the b2 pawn. None of that was forced.
No, exactly.
Looks like he needs a break here, find a way to just forget about what's happened, because it's 3.5, and something's got to change. As you just mentioned, even when the position got a bit bad, there was no resistance. It's very hard to expect to win a match only winning good positions. A, he's not getting too many good positions, and B, everyone has bad positions in Blitz, and it separates the field. It frustrates your opponent. You pick up extra points. It just you need that momentum changer. You need that result that gets Hans out of his comfort zone, gets him a little mad. Right now, Hans has nothing to fear with the way Ding is playing.
Yeah, it's just smooth sailing so far for Hans Niemann. And before we head to a break, we want to let everyone know about Neuro and how you can level up your chess game with Neuro. Energy and focus products have got you covered with natural caffeine and vitamins for when you need to lock in, like maybe Ding right now, or reduce stress and stay centered. Calm and clarity could use that as well. After a long day, make sure you wake up refreshed with Sleep and Recharge. Maybe not the right time for that one currently. Sleep and Recharge melt away mints, because good energy is your best opening, whether you need more energy, more calm, or more rest. Stay sharp with Neuro. Save 15% with code CHESS15 at go.chess.com/Neuro. And Eric, the 5+1 will continue, but we are going to take a short break along with everyone else, and we'll be right back with the second half right after this.
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past that. Hype fades, but good energy, that stays. Workout, workday, whatever. We're here for it all damn day. It's never just one thing. Be ready for everything. Mind sharp, focus locked. Don't just move forward. We've got good energy. Neuro Gum and Mints.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. They are not just fighting for money. They're not just fighting for fame, but something that is far more valuable, and that is legacy.
To become best in the world at anything, to be within that top 1%, you have to show dedication, desire, determination. You've got to be resilient, ruthless, and ready for anything.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no spatial awareness.
I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. And Alaska is somewhere here. I have no, spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here. Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here, and now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever. It's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the U.S. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here. So it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the U.S. So I've lived in all these different places.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Hans Niemann against Ding Liren and Eric. Right now, the score is 3.5 to half. As we take a look at the scoreboard, the match is kind of getting out of hand, but I wouldn't say that at the moment it's too far gone. It's just there needs to be some adjustment. I always say, Eric, in these Speed Chess Championship matches, you need to be adaptable. So what should Ding change?
The last game we watched, that was probably Ding's best position, the best type of game to strive for. But when it came to a critical moment, he didn't find the right moves. I think he doesn't have a wide range of approaches to win this match. But he's going to have to improve A, the resistance from bad positions, and B, just like realizing he needs momentum. Some of those decisions has to figure out a way to keep winning chances on, even if it means risk. Like to see him take those decisions quickly, because that momentum, it's not going to come from anything but a win. So, I mean, I could say that he needs to fix everything. The level we're seeing right now is nowhere close to what's required to beat Hans in a match. Like nothing's gone well for Ding right now.
Yeah, and that's just the reality. He's also a player that's shown a level higher than this, so we know that it's there.
We definitely know that it's there. Don't know what's going to kickstart it today, but I'd say the last game, yes, he lost. It was a very, very poor finish, but I'd say it's his best position and something. If he can get those opportunities, he will end up scoring a point. A drier position. Like if I think I'm Ding, I want to beat Hans. You got to make Hans suffer. We need some of those positions where it's just a bit uncomfortable. There's some weaknesses, and Ding can demonstrate his technical abilities. We just haven't had that today. In these really sharp positions, Hans is shown right now very comfortable on the clock. Very practical. Got to get him out of his game.
I'm just going to go out and say that despite us maybe talking about what needs to change, I feel like this is almost an example of what I wouldn't recommend. This type of French position where you can only really be worse, and you give Hans Niemann an opportunity to show off that great technique that not just Hans, but even I feel like if Ding had this position with the white pieces, you expect a strong player to be able to show something in a game like this, where you look at that bishop in black's position, light squared bishop, all those pawns on light squares as well, and you see the strong, beautiful knight on the d4 square. Eric, if that knight on b6 jumps into c4, it can often be captured, and more pawns go on light squares. So, Eric, I'm really not liking this position for Ding at all.
No, you'd want Ding to have the white pieces here. This is a French position, and it's defined by the pawn structure. They both have light squared bishops, but black's light squared bishop is restricted by their own pawn chain. and there's a good knight on d4, a great knight, and these positions, it just means it's a little bit preferable for white. Ding, maybe his approach is like, you know what? Hold as black, let me get a chance as white again. But it's not an easy position to hold. It's not a terrible position. I mean, it looks terrible. I don't think it's good. But there's no breakthrough right now. The problem is it's easier to play for white as well. And those are the positions easier to play. Hans is going to end up with the time advantage. And Ding doesn't have an active way to change that. There's no breakthrough for black here. This is a position where black's best course of action is to sit still. Because any sort of pawn move, if black were to play f6, just creates a weakness on e6 and g6. If black ever touches the a pawn, brings a rook to the a file, plays a5, try to find a way, no, now you're weakening b5. Black has nothing better to do than to sit and shuffle. Even if black finds a knight, the knight goes to b6, c4, that might not even be a good exchange. White's knight on d4 is their best piece.
Yep.
So we see Ding right now shuffling back and forth. If this ends up being a draw, I don't think that's terrible for the match situation for now. There's still a long ways to go, but it's not inspiring. Nobody enjoys playing these positions. Like, this is not fun for black to just now. White, Hans should try to do something at some point, because you don't want to allow your opponent to get away with this style of chess as black, just shuffling back and forth. So maybe that king for white goes to d4 and the knight reroutes somewhere else. At some point, white wants to play g4. g4 is not playable yet because of the double rooks on the h file and there's a pin. But g4, I would open up a file if black were to take. They're fighting over the h file because that's the only open file, well, or potential open file right now. Everything else is lost.
I'll just say the obvious. It feels like Ding is almost bringing a little too much of his classical expertise into this match. This is a position that I think most experienced blitz players just wouldn't take, because you know that the time is working against you. It's not what you want to do in a blitz game, to play a position where you have basically no plan. So I don't really agree with playing a position where the best case scenario appears to be a draw. So we'll see if he repeats this or continues this throughout. He is keeping up the pace, but for me, Eric, this is not a decision or a position that I'd like to see Ding in the future.
It isn't. If he does draw this game without a lot of difficulty, at least I understand the logic behind it. He recognized that last game with white, he was pushing. And if he keeps getting those positions, he's got to trust that he can convert them. And that's just one part of the equation. Hans has won games with white and put pressure on. So if this solid position, yes, it looks ugly, but the end result leads to a draw, I get it. And look what's happening here. Black is up a pawn. Things are still pretty locked. That c pawn can't push easily because it has no support. But as long as that's a protected passed pawn, I don't see how Hans can do anything here.
Well, so I think there was a moment to play for Ding. B takes on c4, and it would have allowed the bishop on d7 to move to the a4 square. And then you have moves like c3, c2 that become a real option. Here, everything's locked up. There's really not anything that can be done. So it was actually an interesting move, c4, c5 by Hans. I thought he did a great job, but then it was actually Ding who missed an opportunity. And again, Eric, I'm just not seeing Ding seize those moments or even take a moment to look for them in the position. It feels like maybe he was comfortable with it being just equal.
I think so. I think you just described it. His mentality it's the only thing's too strong for me to see him playing the French, and like he was okay with the draw going into this game, and that mentality, even when the position changed, he knows by taking the weight he took, he can't lose, or he shouldn't be able to. I shouldn't say can. We can definitely lose, but that protected pass pawn. But I don't think that's going to be enough, right? Ding often that mentality. I'm going to win the positions that I'm pushing, but or that. But outside of that, he's not extracting, not looking to maximize.
And there's I guess a situation here where I think Hans is, he can overpress. If he goes pawn hunting, like king g5, king takes on g6, suddenly that pawn from c4 can advance further, and you start to get really concerned about c3 and maybe a5 and b4. That's a move I'd be playing almost
Wait a
right away,
second.
like a5.
King e6. Can you go run the king to d5? If knight
Mhm.
c3, there's g5. I think Ding has an opportunity here. I think that was a big blunder, Hans. Moving the knight to e2, giving up the e6 square. King d5 is a serious threat here. Knight c3, you have g5, and your king gets the lane. Here, check, and then g5.
Yeah.
So bishop
exactly.
check, g5. Ding.
Yeah.
Ding
Hans
has the
knows this
setup
is
here. He's
bad.
got pass c pawn, pass g pawn, and the knight is no longer on that beautiful d4 square. Just an unforced error from Hans. He's got to shuffle, but Ding is ready to move his king in. That king
Yeah.
can keep pushing down the board. I think king f5.
I think that Ding has played in a way
Or
that's
is it?
almost seemed unambitious, but he's ready to pounce and he sees his opportunity beautifully here. Hans was almost pressing for a win in a position where he probably shouldn't have, and he's now regretting doing so. So Ding absolutely needs to take this moment, and he's head in his hands calculating he has to convert this into a win.
Yeah, king f4. That bishop on c6 is a hero. You just push the king to f3. Bishop stays there. I'm expecting king f3. I guess there might be some things to calculate. You could be looking at c3.
The knight is overloaded.
Knight d5 check is an idea, but Ding will not take. Won't allow this pawn to queen. They'll just play king f3. Yeah, things are overloaded here. This Ding has to win this, and it's hard to blunder here. To lose both b and the c pawn will be very difficult.
That's what I was going to say. We talk about momentum. Playing this French position and winning it is absolutely insane. I don't really know how we ended up in this position, but the only answer is an overpress. Hans tried to do too much with the position because he's honestly been winning and outplaying in most of the games so far. He expected to be able to do it again here, but Ding stood his ground. He's not going to let that happen. The bishop covers e8, and with 34 seconds, more than enough time, Eric, to convert this one. I think he's got it.
Absolutely has it. So knight d4, you can try.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is you start pushing your c pawn. So if bishop goes to e8, g2, it's not in time.
Yeah.
So c6, g2, c7. But at the end of that variation, Amon, there's bishop g6 check. Forcing king takes c3, and you have queen c1.
Yeah.
So queen, bishop check. What's going on? Oh my goodness, Ding. Bishop g6, am I mistaken? Was that just winning? That was just winning, right?
There was knight f5, but it wouldn't have really changed anything because you could still throw some checks in. Now it's much different because the pawn is one square from queening on e7 here. And are we seeing a reaction from Hans on the camera there? He almost can't believe that he's still fighting in this game.
He can run his king down.
Mm-hmm. King.
He can run his king all the way down to, do you play d4? And then
like king d4, king d5?
And then c6.
Right.
Hans has found the variation, but this is so unnecessary for Ding to allow both
He can
players.
flag. He can flag.
Oh, Ding's down to 3 sets. Yep.
Just Ding needs to remember he needs to move here. By the way, what's happening here?
He needs to not flag. What's happening is it's 100%. I can't say 100%, but it should be a draw.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. The pawn is definitely lost, and it
This is
will
just
be a draw.
shocking. Ding was gifted a win. Credit to Hans for finding a challenging sequence, but for this level, that winning move should not be challenging.
It needs to be
That's
found.
it
Yeah, given the
really
match
needs to be
situation.
found.
Oh my goodness. This match is just it's a really tough one for Ding because he's had his moments, and Hans is a pretty animated person on camera as well. So you can usually visually tell when he knows he's kind of gotten away with something, and he knew that he got away with something in that last game. We all did, and Ding just has to go back and refocus. I will say, Eric, he's actually doing something that I wouldn't have expected. He was playing that French position, and he's actually using the narrative of the match maybe against Hans. Hans is over pressing in some situations. It's probably not advised to do so. Now the problem is that it ends up somehow still working for Hans in the end, because now Ding needs to basically punish that behavior. He needs to be getting those wins, and he's not. So I mean, it's just the conversion that needs to change.
It's very tough psychologically in Ding's shoes because at a certain point, you just start thinking no matter what you're doing, something's going wrong. Like you get the winning positions and you're finding ways to mess up. I will say the position we have in front of us, it's like vintage Ding. Before he was world champion, even before he was a very, very top player, he was one of the best King's Indian players in the world. You look, if you're interested in classical chess, you should look at the games from the Chinese championships. Around the year 2000, maybe 2009, 2011, he would win the Chinese championships playing the King's Indian. As white, even though he has had good positions as white, he's choosing to play a King's Indian structure. That gives black a comfortable position. So Hans is probably not at all unhappy to be given this opportunity. But Ding used to play this for a win. He used to play the King's Indian. He used to have really, really nice games there. And at least you know it's going to be a sharp and balanced position.
Yep, and he's got that here. I mean, the whole King's Indian ethos, right, is pawn f4 and almost pawn f5. Like everyone knows, you just get the pawns going. G4, G5 is on the cards. I'm also looking at knight c4 and maybe pawn a5. This is a sort of switching the sides and playing knight c4, pawn a5, and bishop d2 to secure the queen side. So there's no counterplay. Maybe an opportunity missed, but Ding is going for the more direct and just, I mean, this is what the fans want to see, Eric. G4 and G5.
Oh, this is great. When I saw the King's Indian, I had to say, like, if Ding's playing that goes back 15 years, but he's got to change something up. And a King's Indian win, if he can pull it off, that's a huge confidence booster. That's Hans is going for c4. Typically in the King's Indian, yes. This is a reverse King's Indian. It's typically played by black. Ding is playing it as white. You gain space on the king side. Black counterplay on the queen side. Who gets there first? C4. White's mainly focused on checkmating. You know, bring the queen to h5, playing something like g6. If white starts being distracted, takes pawns on c4, it's usually not the game plan. Black would probably use that c-file, even at the cost of a pawn, but would open up lines. And what black would love to do is get access to c2, put pressure on d3. Ding's taking it, which is probably critical. But, see, look at this, very sharp.
Yeah, this is exactly what Ding was hoping for. But the problem is, I don't think he should have.
Why is he hoping for this?
Well, this is what he calculated, right? C3, D3, he's winning a pawn. But the problem is, why is he playing on this side of the board? We wanted to see that king side attack.
All the time invested pushing these pawns, if the play remains on the queen side, favors black. Why did white spend so much energy? And now I'm on queen b3 is the type of move you play as black. Get the queens off the board. Knight b3 is also good. Yes, white is up a pawn, but that c4 pawn is really weak. The G2 bishop in some endgames is not happy. It's stuck behind its own pawn. And that space advantage, again, on the king side is fairly useless if you can't bring your pieces out. And look at this position. You know, most of Ding's pieces are on the back rank. That's not how you checkmate someone. And look at that. Knight takes C1, hits the queen with tempo. You don't have, you can trade everything, but you end up down a piece once you calculate all of that. Bishop takes B6, knight takes C2. And we have some trades here, and that'd be 3 pieces to 2.
Yeah, and the knight on c2, you could, first of all, this is a miss. You could maybe make some argument that the knight on c2 is almost trapped there. So we might see that line actually get played out because rook takes on a1, bishop c5 honestly doesn't look much better. So maybe you try bishop b6, bishop takes d8 here. But Eric, this is just a stone cold miss. From Ding, you saw head in his hands. I mean, his level is just not what it needs to be in this match right now, and Hans is taking full advantage.
For sure. I mean, maybe Ding played the King's Indian because he was tilted, but look at the quality of the pieces here. This is not what you expect from Ding. Bishop, he's putting his pieces back on their starting squares, and the sad thing is that might be the best practical chance because you can't trade everything off. You're down in exchange. And if you lose the dark squared bishops, b2 becomes very weak. Hans is just playing professionally here. Doubling on the d-file. Queen and bishop. Putting pressure here, putting pressure on the diagonal. Ding cannot move his pieces. And now rook d3 is coming.
And you can't stop the invasion of all the pieces. Bishop e2 to stop rook d3 runs into eventually queen b7. And yeah, we're going to see bishop g1. I'm expecting, bishop to e3 being played because this is going to give access to the d2
He's
square
calculating rook d2 and queen f2, but the king might have an escape path to g4. But it's worth calculating rook d2 check. Just, you know, taking away queen covering f2. But I think the king survives on g4. It's not necessary. There's a lot of ways for Hans to win here.
Yeah, not necessary is probably the best way to describe it. Bishop e3 is easy, but I have to say, you got 2 minutes, or 3 minutes basically. I think objectively rook d2 followed by queen f2 is probably correct.
He's played it. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Problem is everything is winning there. As Hans calculated this, bishop f2. He has calculated it all.
Very, very nice.
Can't move anywhere. The queen takes h4's mate. You can play bishop f4, but I'll just take it. It only temporarily stops things.
I always applaud
the kill. Nice finish.
I always applaud players that really take the time to play the absolute correct move in situations like that. If anything wins, but you're still looking for the best move and you want to put the game away in 2 to 3 moves rather than play a very good move and win later. I mean, look at the efficiency and how effective that attack was by Hans Niemann, who's now up 5-1, Eric, and just taking advantage of all the mistakes. Hans has had a few slip-ups himself, but to be honest with you, Ding has not taken advantage of the errors that Hans has made, and I'm starting to wonder now, c6 in the opening, and then a3. What's going on, Eric?
Well, Ding is tilted. I think that much is clear. Because I don't know how you wouldn't be tilted from how this match is going. And a couple of the missed opportunities, there's just probably stuck in his head. The opening is fine for Ding to play, c6. It's a tricky line if those wondering at home. The trick is queen a5 check, which is why black didn't need to defend the e5 pawn immediately. That's the purpose of the opening. But once that, you know, Hans isn't going to fall for it, and instead a3. It's interesting. I don't know the theory here. I figured Ding was just trying to play something offbeat, but I'm not sure
this position
offbeat is working for him. I don't think that's working.
The thing is, he tried his King's Indian, right? He went for it. I do think that at this point in the match with the scoreline, the way that things have gone, it probably makes sense. But, you know, we understand that Hans has come into this match as a pretty sizable favorite. And Eric, according to the prediction model, but wouldn't need the model to tell you this, he's now an even bigger and massive favorite, 98% to win this match from here, Eric, which based on where we started, honestly, it's only got worse from there. So it feels like a fair prediction.
Ding hasn't won a game.
Yeah.
You can't talk about a match if Ding hasn't won a game. That's it. Like, you can't win a match without winning a game. And at least here, Hans is messed up in the opening. There's options. Knight takes e4, knight g4, both. Interesting. Somehow this funny move order and that a3 move, it look a little funny, you know? Doesn't, yeah, b4, Hans is trying to make it work. Trying to justify that slow, timid approach. But Ding definitely has good choices here. You can take on e4. You can simply move the bishop back, which I think is the more natural move, especially in the context of blitz. Keep the tension on, keep those dangerous pieces on. And White doesn't want to play e5 probably because of simply knight g4, hitting f2, hitting e5. f2 is a serious concern, but so is d takes e4. Hans is in big trouble here. I mean, it's not the first time we've said that, but this early on, it is the first time. And absolutely, Black is up a full pawn here if you take on e4.
Yeah.
But you don't have to take on e4. You can castle. That pawn is pinned.
You can take any way you want. You can not capture it and know it'll be there for you later. There are a lot of options here for Ding, and I like he's played a couple really nice practical moves. He's not taking the pawn too early, bishop back to b6, retreating, castles. He's making all these smart decisions, and I was going to say, even instead of taking, or perhaps on the next move, knight d5 or knight g4 come to mind to bother this dark squared bishop.
So an instructive moment there. Knight a4, Hans has played to win this bishop. Ding plays bishop c7. The advantage has grown. Now this knight is out of the game. Meanwhile, that bishop is very good on c7, has long diagonal. And White is just, you know, one of their pieces is now out of the game, besides the fact that Hans is down a pawn. This is a must-win game for Ding. We said it before, but the lead has only increased for Hans. This is objectively very close to lost. You can look at moves like f5 here. You can get rid of the dark squared bishop and just say, hey, I'm going to have the dark squared bishop and bishop pair. Everything is good for Ding. He just needs to find that confidence.
Yeah, it really is the confidence that you're talking about. Even the move rook e8, it's a fantastic move to support the e-pawn, but I almost would have wanted the rook on f8 to support a potential f5 advance. Now the knight on b8, you know, we want to develop it knight to d7, maybe knight to f6, queen e5, or queen h4. These moves come to mind. And honestly, at this point, I'd be looking at queen h4 just because it looks like g3 has to be played. And hey, I'm considering sacking on g3. Does it work? Probably a little bit early at the moment.
A little bit early at the moment. So Ding is choosing to bring that knight into the game. Maybe the knight gets to g4. Not quite yet. f7 is loose. Everything is good for Black. Ding needs to not blunder here. So if he needs to be calm, I don't know if that requires a move like, at some point I might consider playing g6, king g7, and f5 as a way of closing off the counterplay on the f file. I think that would be one way of doing it. If you'd love to move this knight, you want the knight to get to g4. You want to pressure the dark squares, but f7 is loose, and you can play king h8. You can play rook f8. He goes for those options.
Yeah, but e4 is getting hit here before f5 can be played. So now I think is that moment you have to justify your last move and probably go with this, you know, knight g4 / queen h4 idea. If you don't put those moves on the board, I don't really know what we're doing about this e-pawn and then the f-pawn as well.
Well, I think the e-pawn, if you ever take it, then we have knight g4. So king h8, I don't mind. Knight, like, if Ding loses that e-pawn, that gives him counterplay. On e3, the e-file opens up, h2 opens up. I like that.
Yeah, knight g3, queen h4 here.
Well, knight takes h2. Does that work? Knight takes h2 to play queen h4? Yeah. Hans can play knight f5 as an intermezzo, but then h2 will be defended. So knight
you can also take on f1. Oh,
You
did
can
not
take on
expect
f1. The
this.
queen would be loose. So check, king down, queen takes, I'm guessing. You can do bishop takes as well. Then knight f3, maybe pull the queen back to h5. Black's up a pawn. e3 is weak. The king is weak. It's a completely winning position for Ding.
Yep, it is. And he's actually had completely winning positions before. Let's not
30
forget.
seconds. Oof.
Yeah, let's not forget that time is really a piece here, Eric. 3 minutes down is way too much for how easy this position was to play. Let's be honest.
Yes, it's a natural position for Black to play, but Ding's confidence is broken right now. And you
Yep.
see that in
He
how much
needs
time
this
he's
win, but
double checking
Eric, if he
everything.
doesn't get it, he's going to be tilted even more, right? Because this is a really bad game to lose. So he's got to find everything in his power right now to convert this position. The engine is just screaming in all directions. How tricky can Hans Niemann be? Because he knows he's not going to have winning positions every time, but he's been tricky when he's in a bad position, and he needs to do that again.
Yeah, Hans has confidence even playing these bad positions because he's come back before. So he knows, like, get Ding in time trouble. Ding is extremely nervous. He's gonna play fast here. Bishop e4. Okay, here comes the queen trade. That's a good move by Hans. You don't want. I don't think Ding wants to trade queens. He's really going for the checkmate. I'm going to trade queens. It's got to be done correctly.
But 2 seconds, like objectively at this point,
No. This
Hans
time
might just be the
management, I'm on.
favorite. 3 seconds is not enough, Eric.
His bishop is almost trapped. G3. I'm on.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Unbelievable.
Ding has messed up another winning position. He's trapped his bishop and he's losing here. It's 3 pawns for a piece, but you're going to lose all your pawns. And yeah, okay, Hans won on time, but the position's actually losing. Went from a winning position to a losing position in 2 moves. I mean, this was a must-win game, but this is horrible. I mean, I feel bad for Ding. This is definitely not his A game, but there's no excuse for that.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I was highlighting during the game. It's almost that the position is so good that losing it would be so disappointing, and that's exactly the reality that Ding has found himself in now. Also, Eric, on top of that, another game has started. Now, it's not the biggest deal, but I'm just saying, after a game like that, you might want to just take a break, reset for the 3+1 section. Instead, with the match clock just at like about 30, 40 seconds when that match ended, they have another game to play before this 5+1 segment ends. And I think for Ding Liren, it can't end quick enough.
It can't end quick enough, but there was a break earlier after Ding had, had a really rough start, and I'm not sure the break's fixing this. I don't think. Yeah, fundamentally, he has some issues here with his blitz game today.
Yeah, he's got some good positions. It hasn't been like complete domination in terms of the game from Hans Niemann. Hans has had some beautiful games, some really one-sided ones, but Ding has had his chances, absolutely. So we're looking at a match where Ding has he's got behind in some games, and then those games have been very easy and very nice conversions, showing a lot of technique from Hans. But when Ding is getting his positions, he's had a few of them, or maybe when Hans is blundering on one move here or there, Ding has not been able to convert. He's had some wins that were only about 1 or 2 moves off from being spotted. Sometimes a win in one that he just hasn't played. So you look back on so many games and just add up the amount of points that Ding has left on the table, so to speak, and it's a lot.
It feels worse that way. Sometimes, you're like, oh, well, at least I played well, I had good positions, but it feels worse. Like Ding, internally, the thought process is often like, how did I lose that? I could win that position in my sleep. Like, it's completely unacceptable. The standard he holds himself to lose some of these positions the way he's losing it. And that's so frustrating to get out of. Like, psychologically, like, what? My chess isn't working today. He's thinking things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And the way he's playing, he would lose to pretty much everyone in this field. If he's not winning these positions, there's so many really resilient, strong, practical blitz players in this SCC field that you give them these chances, you get the confidence, they have the speed, the momentum, and the way Ding's playing, he's just, yeah, there's no stopping it. I mean, it's you can sense, like watching this match, you can sense as a spectator, but even as a player, you're playing a weakened opponent or a frustrated opponent that, like, this is my time to strike.
And actually, Eric, that is exactly what I thought was going to work in Ding's favor earlier, because Hans earlier in this match overpressed a position that I thought, he probably shouldn't have, but he was doing because he could just feel that, you know what, I have been getting the better side of most general positions today, no matter if they're good or bad. I've just been outplaying my opponent. And when you feel that way, you want to do it every game. You're like, oh, this is another chance to outplay. And so he overpressed in a position, and he probably should have lost for it. Now, because he didn't, it just empowers, right? You're fueled with confidence and momentum from that, and he continues to do it. So I do think there's a way back into this match, but it needs to be from that classic Hans Niemann, overconfidence, which understandable, right? It's 6-1, and he's just been crushing this match so far. It needs to be that moment again, but having missed that opportunity already, you just can't keep letting those opportunities slide. As we're in this last match in the 5+1 section here, Eric, and looking at this position, I see the knight on c5, the pawn on a4. Immediately, I do like the look of Hans' position, because if you want to win that a pawn, you're going to have to give up your dark squared bishop, which is the decision he's come to now.
I think Black is doing fine, but at least we have imbalances here. White has the connected passed pawns on the queen side, which is a nice win condition. If you can start pushing them, ideally, you'd like to maybe trade off a pair of bishops, maybe the light squared bishops. So since the bishop's in the way of the a pawn, and Black's bishop on b7 is very good. So I'm looking at maybe ideas like b4, maybe bishop c2, bishop e4. Black has the majority on the king side, but it's not that easy to push. You can play for the f pawn. If you push the d pawn, e5 is critically weak. So looking at ways, you have to push those queenside pawns. No matter what, we're talking about the psychology. Ding has to earn respect from Hans. Right now, that hasn't happened. You have to earn it. You need Hans to start, thinking, getting worried, tough decisions. Where's he going to find
it
that?
Hasn't happened yet. And the other reason why you can sort of maybe sense...
He should be playing right away, by the way. I know, sorry to interrupt, but he's down 2 minutes.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
To win any respect, down 2 minutes in a normal position. No.
Yeah, no, exactly right. When you see your opponent thinking this much, you just know that their decisions are not confident ones, because simply, if there was a confident decision, it would have happened quicker. So you just know that Hans is sensing whatever move happens after this 1.5 minute think, I'm just going to respond quickly and, let my opponent doubt himself.
White needs a way to mobilize those queenside pawns. Black playing g6, great move by Hans. You can play quickly, gives your king some space, shuts down that diagonal. Maybe Black plays f5, but you don't need to. It's up to Ding. And Ding is taking 20, 30 seconds a move in a normal position.
It's far too much.
Bishop e4. Finally, he's played it, provoking d5, but at least the position can open up. That took a while. Does that help Hans? Probably. He can place the bishop on f6. Maybe queen goes to a7. But d5 is a target here. We can't have a sharp position with bishops, queens, rooks on the board, imbalances, and you can't expect to play well down 3 minutes.
Exactly. You need more time to navigate a position like this. Knight c7 or knight c3, trying to hit the d5 pawn, but I mean, the pawns are rolling down the board.
At least there's some activity here. Yes, there's more risk, but in Ding's position, risk is an issue. He's down huge in this match. Just at least there's targets. At least the e4 pawn is targeted. At least f7. You know, this bishop is looking at f7. At least maybe, you know, maybe bishop takes b2. Maybe there's queen b6. I don't know if queen b6 works. It's just a move I'm looking at. It's very sharp.
That's even better after bishop takes b2. Honestly a simple fork when you think about it, but a difficult move to spot in terms of the geometry and with 20
Bishop
seconds
d5.
ticking down.
Smart move. It takes away a lot of the risk. In Hans' situation, he doesn't need wins. He's well ahead in the match.
Yep.
All he needs to do is prevent Ding from finding
Takes
momentum.
on a3.
Oh, this isn't it. Just trade the queens.
Yeah,
this is
you can't
only a
lose.
2-2 result game. And with 10 seconds to 3 minutes, Hans is thinking, do I keep the queens on the board or not? But even if you trade the queens, you have that extra d-pawn. I don't mind that decision based on the clock situation and the way Ding is playing. If you keep the queens on the board, it's like Ding's going to flag.
Yeah, he made probably not the objectively best move. As we can see here, that bishop on b2 is not really in a good spot. But okay, the pawn is going to get to d2 here. There's another strange decision.
This is just suffering. This is just entirely suffering, and it's close to losing. Practically speaking, 7 seconds. Safe king.
Yep, and there's going to be an idea like queen takes on d1 coming soon. Rook b1 is there. Don't know what to say. There's nothing to play
Game
here.
over.
That pawn is queening.
Maybe I'll throw in a check first. Oh, I guess you can do everything. Yeah, check first and then queen.
Yeah, you
can
take
take
the rook as well.
So it's just not even competitive there. Ding's clock management, completely unacceptable. And that's coming from us. We have pretty bad time management. It hits close to home. Can't play against these top guys and be 10 seconds to 3 minutes.
No, and it's been that kind of match for Ding. He hasn't capitalized on moments that have presented themselves. And unfortunately, in most games, he's been spending 2-3 minutes more than his opponent, Hans Niemann. And the score currently after the 5+1 section, Eric, is 7-1. And that 1 point is comprised of a couple draws, which means truly in terms of a win, Eric, he hasn't really got on the board yet.
No, I mean, the way I'm looking at the games, you have to wonder, does Ding think he can win this match?
Right.
It feels a bit like the momentum of sometimes a tennis match, where once you start losing, you just collapse and you lose in straight sets. You just don't think you see it sometimes. Like, you're like, if I can't win those positions, I'm not winning today. And 7-1. I mean, we're talking about a match where Ding has not won a game yet. I didn't expect this. I haven't done commentary in a while. But Ding and Hans, I thought, could be pretty exciting on paper. Hans was the favorite, but even the prediction we saw from Chess.com was 14-10 I'm on. It's 7-1 right now. And based on the speed we're looking at, it doesn't look like it's going to get worse. It looks like it could go to 10-1 or something.
Yeah.
There's no aspect of the games that Ding is playing where it's like, okay, he's a favorite.
The benefit of moving into the 3+1 section is Ding can't be down 3 minutes anymore because there's just less time overall. So some players need a kickstart to play faster. Having less time on the clock, honestly, is a little bit of a reminder. And I can say personally that might work for me. Just give me less time to start with because I'll waste it thinking anyway. So maybe that's going to help Ding in some way as we move into the 3+1 segment. I don't know. But as we head to a break, want to let everyone know about Zenni, the official eyewear partner of Chess.com, offering high-quality glasses at affordable prices. Zenni has got your eyes covered, including technologies like blue light blocker, light adaptation, and polarized lenses. For those of us, like myself, who rack up some screen time with chess, blue light glasses are a must. So through October 31st, Zenni is hooking you up with 15% off your purchase with code SCC15. You can use !Zenny in chat to find your next pair of glasses. Eric, we are going to be taking a break, but Hans Niemann versus Ding Liren in the Speed Chess Championship 2025 continues after this short break.
The Esports World Cup 2025 was electric. The best games played by the best teams. Our esports arenas sold out. We filmed them with hundreds of thousands of roaring fans, including 2,000 of the most dedicated supporters coming from our Super Fans program who came to Riyadh to cheer on their favorite teams. We had more than 4,000 media outlets covering all the action on site and broadcasting the EWC around the globe. Esports World Cup 2025 was bigger, louder, and even more unforgettable, and celebrating those who proved they are the best in the world.
What's up, everybody? I'm here on behalf of one of our newest partners, Neuro. You may have known them before as Neuro Gum, but they make more than just gum now, even though this is the stuff that I actually personally really love and have been using for a hot minute. Natural caffeine, B vitamins, theanine, stuff that is good for you when you're looking to avoid that second cup of coffee. Now they also have Neuro Mints for calm and clarity. Also only natural ingredients. They use GABA, vitamin D, all kinds of good stuff that you like putting in your body if you're looking for natural ways to bring up your energy and maybe calm down and get that clarity you need. Toward the end of the day, there's sleep and recharge. There's all kinds of small mint packets. But like I said, I really do love the Energy and Focus Gum. I use it in the afternoon. Pop one. Sometimes I really need that extra energy. Either way, hope you give them a chance. Use the command Neuro if you happen to be watching this during one of our shows. Otherwise, go to neurogum.com. Check them out today on behalf of Chess, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to. Yeah.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying it.
Your favorite song these days?
Jay-Z or something is good.
Before the game, I often listen to SCC, like Counter-Strike.
Some Turkish, I don't know, some Turkish one.
So they're an Irish band.
Yeah, again, nothing is coming to my mind.
Bollywood, Hindi music. Otherwise, I like music from chess-based India reels.
If you could instantly learn any language, which one would it be?
The most useful would be, like perfect English, of course, but actually maybe Chinese would be cool. No?
I'm torn between Georgian, Nepali as well, but Nepali, it will just make me feel better that I speak my father's language as well. Yeah, Nepali probably.
Arabic.
Spanish is the right answer.
Spanish.
I'd say Sanskrit.
Vishayanan. I met him for the first time in 1988 at the first Olympiad I was taking part, and he was also playing, representing India. And we got to meet him. Shortly after that, he visited to Hungary, to Budapest, to our home. And it was amazing. I've never seen somebody like that before, who was so addicted to chess. He was so much pulled in. All his thoughts were about chess, chess, chess. In his hand, it was always a chess magazine, because of course we had a lot of that too, or a chess informant, always telling stories, playing and analyzing in his head. We played a lot of blitz also. He was incredible fast. He was the speediest, fastest player at the time by far who I knew. And then later on, I saw him in competition in Vaikanze a year later or 2 years later. He was just playing, blitzing his classical games. He was spending not more than 30 minutes for the whole game. So he was so much into the game, and he had so much passion, and he had so much dedication, and he was so young, and he was just so happy with playing chess. And then later on, tons of times we played together in different tournaments, not only because he was, of course, a great player at a very young age already, the first grandmaster from India, but also he moved to Spain, so he was more European for many years. I can say maybe for a decade or a decade and a half. So he was very concentrated on his results. And he was always a person who was not looking for conflicts. He was very much avoiding conflicts or difficult moments. He was a very solid man all the time. At the same time, at the board, he was always extremely well prepared. And he had some incredible qualities. I remember a story when he played an extremely sharp position in Spain. I think in Dos Hermanas, we were playing in the same event. And it was like a huge, massive position. And I asked him, well, Rishi, isn't this game was so frightening? Everything is hanging, it's a mess, it's dangerous. He said, well, if you're training and you make the right preparation and you work on it, then it's not so dangerous at all. I mean, you make your preparation. So that's the guy he was, that he was ready to put into the game all this work and effort to reach his goals. So this was very special to see him. He's, I think, a great inspiration example for Indian chess. So he's one of the persons, I believe, who we can say that has the biggest influence, but definitely is a huge influence into the next generation. Because what I've seen him as a person who was dedicated for becoming world champion, he was a 5-time world champion, and now what he did initiated in India, and he was the first grandmaster. Now there is 88 or 89 grandmasters. So that's an incredible journey, what he's been doing. And I'm pretty sure we are going to see him doing more activities where he can inspire and put very much himself into all these positive vibes and to make the chess world stable and better and enjoyable.
Welcome back. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Hans Niemann, Ding Liren. This matchup has exploded in Hans's favor in the 5+1 portion, but now they're ready to get back into the action with 3+1. So, I mean, let's see. The games are just getting underway here. Let's see if tides turn for Ding Liren in this portion, Eric. And just to say it bluntly, it's got to happen just about right now.
It has to happen right now. We don't know what Ding did during that break, but he needed to do something drastic. We have another Spanish here, except this time Hans did not bring the bishop out to g5, so we don't have those same g5 type of positions. This is still very, very normal. I guess before we, I dive into the game, we're talking about the 3-1 portion now. This is the second stage, and if I'm thinking about it, I would favor his chances here more than the 5-1 section. I wouldn't have predicted 7-1. I don't think anyone did. I'm sure someone maybe did, but on paper, 3-1, that time control, Hans playing Title Tuesday, playing a lot online, he should be very comfortable 3 minutes on the clock, especially seeing his clock management. thus far. He's been very good in that regard.
Yeah, he really has. We're looking at, I was about to say, a very unique shift here. What is Rook
Whoa.
A4, Rook H4? I love it.
This is some idea, and based on the speed, he's looked at this, and I think the point is that you're going to play Queen C1. You're not taking with the Rook. You want to lead in with the Queen. So if Black recaptures, Queen C1 to take on H6 looks really good. And this looks like a prepared idea. And in this current moment, Ding has the bishops. He was 1 or 2 moves away from developing and putting pressure on the middle. So Han's doing it while that bishop on A7 is behind the pawn. Looks like very good timing. Can I still play Queen C1?
I was going to say maybe Bishop G7 and Queen C1.
G7
the same
and then
idea.
Queen C1. Is Han just going for a quick knockout here, Amon?
Yeah, there's Knight F5 as well. Now that the bishop from D7 has moved to C6, so there's a number of ways to close this out.
Talk about coming out of the break strong. We thought Ding, he needs a win. Instead, we're looking at a position where we might be getting checkmated in a few moves.
That's amazing.
And Knight F5 works.
Yeah, I think just about everything works at this point because it's all going to be coupled with the exact same ideas, whether it's Queen C1 or not. We just have to let Hans show the calculation here because he's clearly seen this idea before. You don't play Rook A4, Rook H4 for nothing, Eric. And what a sacrifice. It appears like it's about to just work if he plays Queen C1, which I am expecting.
Yeah. If Knight G8, Queen G5, threatening Queen G7 mate. Ding has no time to set up here. First of all, this is a very nice idea by Hans to use that A file, sacrifice the way he did. Rook E6. I think
covering
you can
the
give
H6
a check,
square.
followed by Queen G5 still. Or here, yeah.
Yeah, and Knight G8 doesn't really work. Knight E8, yeah, you have to.
You have Knight G7, for example, and then you can take.
Yeah, the E pawn is falling. The knight on F6 is falling as well. I think Knight G7 is the way to go there.
Yeah, we're looking at Rook H8 check, but Knight G7, and then taking here.
Oof, that's a move
nice.
that is pure
That's beautiful.
calculation.
Rook, now it's checkmate because the knights cover all the squares, and if you take here, well then we can take, and then the discover check picks up the queen.
And I will say one of the nicer things about this move is queen takes G2, trades the queens, and you might think, oh, hang on, that's like a shot in the dark, but then Rook H8 still delivers a beautiful checkmate, and Hans Niemann is just, he's ascended. He's playing some amazing chess. He's showcasing a bunch of different ideas in familiar positions, Rook A4 to H4 with bishop takes on H6. Eric, if you're making a sack like that is so telegraphed work against, world-class player like Ding Liren, I mean, you got a lot going right for you.
You do have a lot going right, and also means, though, you probably sense some weakness even in Ding's openings. I mean, typically you'd think Ding, opening-wise, he's pretty solid, pretty prepared, but everything, absolutely everything is working for Hans right now. Wow.
Yeah, shocking. And of course, Ding needed just about the opposite of that coming out of the break. There's no
that's
worse
demoralizing. Exactly.
This segment.
8-1. I mean, we're talking about Ding here. He's one of the only players, I think, to beat Magnus in a tiebreak, like a speed chess tiebreak. Former world champion. So credit to Hans. Really, really crushing Ding right now. And there's no indication that's going to change.
Yeah, there's no indication he's going to let up at all. It's actually Ding who's played in the, let's say, more creative way with this H4 move. So I was liking the position that Ding had in this game, but it almost feels like the raw evaluation or even the feeling of Ding's positions, they're a little bit numb to the reality that Hans is playing with an unbelievable amount of confidence, and for good reason. It's 8-1. Starting to get that feeling that it doesn't matter what position Hans has on the board. He feels like he's better regardless.
Definitely. Whenever he has the initiative, when it comes to the clock, when it comes to pretty much every facet of the game, he's demonstrating better control, better understanding than Ding. You know, at least, like, again, if you're Ding, look at this. F5. And the knight's trapped.
It's
trapped. You can go knight c5. Then we're going to play bishop takes g2, king takes g2, and queen d5 check. Now, there's a lot of pawns hanging. So Ding probably should just realize he's losing a piece. He has some pawns as compensation, and he just has to play blitz style. You can win down a piece. You have some pawns, you have some activity, but play like b4 or something.
This is
Stop
another
thinking.
blunder.
It is a blunder.
Ding is just dropping pieces, Eric. And h6 was actually a move that telegraphed f5, and Ding knows that usually, but he's just not even thinking about it now. And Hans he's kind of catching Ding in these little traps that you'd never expect to work, but they've been working so often that he's starting to go for them and set them up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's the effect when you just believe you're going to lose the match and everything you do won't work. Like, it's hard for me to look at these games and not think that Ding has given up. Just given up. They're not like the blunders. They're basic blunders. You can always see that, but he just thinks everything's against him today. His level's not there, and nothing's going to change that. You can take on g2.
There's this queen h7 move, but it's only one check.
There's no other pieces. And in fact, White's king is in trouble here. That G file is about to open up after rook takes g6. And we'll be looking at another loss for Ding. With the white pieces, Ding is known as extremely competent with the white pieces. Very solid. Gets these like nice advantages. Oh, not here.
Yeah.
You can throw in a check. Rook c6 check.
Yeah, rook c6.
Technically, there's a queen e8 check at the end, but no, yeah, throw in rook c6, king d2, take queen check, and then maybe you can trade queens afterwards. Okay, this works as well. Everything works. I mean, what are we looking at? We're looking at a position where Ding is down a minute and down a piece with white. There's nothing to analyze here.
No, unfortunately not. There's really no tricks in the position. The time is not in Ding's favor, and really just nothing is going right. So it's kind of easy.
Provoke this?
For Hans.
Okay. Yeah. No, this is resignable. You know, Ding is extremely demoralized here. Don't blame him, but you know, he hasn't won a game yet.
He is going to resign that.
Can't stop
I was
blundering.
going to say it's not just the score. It's even you'd feel a little more empowered getting a win on the board, right? If that 1 point that you had was a win, you could look back on that, maybe draw some inspiration. Like, what positions do I need? How was I successful? But looking back on this match, he doesn't really have anything to draw on. I would be thinking back to openings where I've had good positions, but the problem is he's got those good positions time and time again. It's just been the conversion of them that's failed him. So it's really difficult, especially when you're smack in the middle of the match, right? It's happening live. It's so difficult to find out what adjustment you should be making, because even the good spots haven't ended up in good results.
That's right. But, you know, when we look at this match, it's 9-1. There's maybe 3 games we can think of where Ding was winning or had good chances. But I can think of 5 games where he got blown off the board.
Yeah.
You know, so you count up the points, you're like, I could be doing better. But the point of this match is to win it. It's a one-on-one match. Winner qualifies. There's no indication. I don't think Ding is believing that, hey, I win some of those games, I can, like, I've had enough positions where I should be really competitive here. He hasn't. And as it stands right now, this is going to go down, I think, as one of the best victories Hans has had in the SCC. He's beaten top players. He's a top blitz player himself. But beating Ding by this score, you don't expect that. Like that's really marquee. Up 9-1. And having played the match, like he's earned it. It hasn't been competitive. Ding could have won a couple of those positions and still be very one-sided.
Mm-hmm.
Hans is like the level's not there. Whether it's long term, whether it's today. I mean, long term the level should be there, but I don't know where Ding's head is at for speed chess. What I do know is the level of speed chess has gone up every year. So many strong young players. They're getting better and better at handling bad positions. Theories expanded. Fear, psychology. They're not afraid of the. I mean, I hate to say it because I'm the same age as Ding, but the old guard, the veterans. If Ding was playing, someone maybe our age, you got some respect on Ding. He's a former world champion. He was seen as his high level, but the way Hans is treating him here, just beating him up, knows he can win from any position. There's
It's a confidence thing.
no fear, no respect, and it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, after all the games that we've seen so far, Hans is understandably comfortable in just about any situation that he's put in. And again, he's got the white pieces here, got that knight on d4. He can support it permanently in the future with a move like c3. Actually a little bit surprised to see bishop f5, giving away the c4 square just a little bit. But regardless, it's been all Hans Niemann in this matchup, and it continues to be, even in this position. Even if it's equal, Eric, we've just seen the outplays happen time and time again.
Yep. I mean, I will say, this is another French where Ding has handled it fine. His position's okay. And, based on the position, he has very good drawing chances here, which a draw is progress. Average game, win for Hans pretty comfortably. A draw would be, it's not good for winning the match. You need wins, but some sort of momentum. But again, look at that. Knight takes b7. Queen takes e8 Queen e8 is mate. Nice tactical find by Hans, but not super advanced. Not very hard. Just reflective of the match we're looking at today, where Ding is missing obvious tactics, where Ding's clock management has been poor. Hans is definitely seeing everything, but he doesn't have to look very far. These are surface level blunders for players of this level.
Yeah, and we've seen it. I mean, this knight to c2 move is also.
There you go.
I guess we're going to see queen f2, right?
Now the knight's pinned. You can just push. Now there's nothing to do this game. You can push. You can take on a6 because you can't go into a knight endgame. This is I was saying it was a decent position, and 2 moves later, Ding lost the pawn, and now he's lost. He doesn't have a move here.
I think that's the issue, right? Is that the positions that have been slightly worse, maybe you blunder that pawn to that tactic. Unfortunately, they become resignable a couple of moves later, and that's what's shocking. Is that had the roles been reversed, it feels like Hans would have made it trickier for Ding, and it's that resilience and being able to put some pressure or even score some points from a bad position that will bring you success in speed chess.
Yeah, you can see on the cameras Ding is very visibly frustrated.
Pawn is going all the way, and you can play d3. You can take on c3, but nothing is stopping the b pawn at this point.
No, it's a problem that knight hangs with check. I think here Ding's planning to play d2, or okay, some small idea.
Yeah, queen takes d3 just pins, the queen. And that is going to be enough for Ding to resign.
It's 10-1 I'm on.
Yeah, it's currently I've commentated actually all of the Speed Chess Championship matchups in this year, so I have a pretty good overview. And yeah, without a doubt, it's currently the most one-sided. It still has a chance to. We've seen a lot of points put up in the bullet section to maybe bring a match that was actually not close to a more respectable score. So that can still happen in this one, but at this moment, even in other matches, I don't think that we've just seen the type of domination where you haven't even maybe put a win on the board, and it just feels like almost every position you're doubting yourself in from Ding's perspective.
Yeah, I don't know what to say in terms of what Ding can think about to change things up.
And this is very likely going to be a long 3-minute portion, because the 3-minute games, Eric, they haven't really gone down to the wire, haven't gone to time scrambles. They haven't been playing on increment. So what it means is actually we're going to see a high volume of games. In the 5+1 section, that was a reasonably high volume of games. 3+1, we're moving along pretty quickly here because the games have been resignable or lost in no time.
Yeah, no, Ding's not in a position where it's a close match and he's fighting, for those bad positions, fighting for those extra half points for counterplay. There's a bad position. He's like, I'm out of here. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, this is not
and
not an easy position to deal with, and he's got a good one again.
It's just like he's got a great position. That's a strong knight on f5. The queen is well placed on f3. You see pressure on the f file. There's targets. Maybe you can go, h4, g5. This is a great position to play in blitz. Just imbalanced tension. It's nice that your bishop right now, it's temporary. I mean, black can challenge it, but this is a good bishop right now. Nice diagonal. Good squares.
Yeah, you don't want to take that bishop because then the pawn might capture back, and your knight on f5, which is so beautiful, loses its stranglehold on the f5 square. So instead, I mean, I like the way that Ding is playing. He's going g5. He's looking to open things up. I wonder and almost expect the move g6 to be played.
Yeah, no, g6. You don't want to mess up your king position by going g6. You can win this pawn later on. You can also tuck your king behind that pawn. Your king should be fairly safe. And the problem here is Ding he doesn't want to go backwards. But how do you continue to attack? If you move your knight back, even knight g3 doesn't really have a future. Hans is showing good defense here.
Yeah, at this point, you actually don't need to take with the f pawn because you already have a pawn hitting the knight. Oh, interesting. Knight e5.
I wonder if you play queen g3, preparing f4. At least there's something here. When the knight eventually moves from f5, it doesn't need to right now because the g6 pawn is pinned. But you'd love to be able to push this pawn to f5. Okay, look at Ding. That's very active. Rook g1 played right away.
Yep.
Black doesn't want to take here and open up the diagonal, this d2 to h6 diagonal. Knight g7, you have this f5 move. And when it comes to attacking chances, this is one of Ding's most promising positions. That g file might open up. How do you stop f5?
Yeah, this is looking really good, and this is looking like it's going to be on track to be a potential win for Ding Liren. And the last time that someone was without a win in an SCC match, Eric, was actually Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen in the 2022 SCC quarterfinals, which went the entire match without one. So it has been some time, but it's actually, we have seen an entire match happen without a win. Ding looks like he's on track with this beautiful intermezzo f5 to get one now.
Yeah, f5. At least this game, we can sense some confidence. After bishop takes, you can throw in taking on f7 because queen takes g6.
That's a
Queen
great
takes
move.
g6.
I think that's the difference maker, is that pawn takes on f7.
Here we
and,
go, Amon.
Yeah.
We have a win on the board coming. Queen takes g6, queen g7 check afterwards. Or there. That works as well.
Yep.
We got to celebrate. That's a win for Ding. I mean, people been watching this match. No matter who you're rooting for, you'd like to see it, I think, somewhat competitive. And well into the match, to be specific, 12 games into the match, Ding has picked up his first win. And that was an earned win. Sharp, found the right moves, played without hesitation when it was required.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we know Ding can play like that, but today hasn't been the case.
Yeah, it's been missing from today's action, but nice to see him find that level. As you said, it wasn't a rook end game. It wasn't a flag. It was how we would expect Ding to get these wins. Is very aggressive position, and he was just finding all those moves in stride. Those were natural moves for Ding in that position, and obviously we need to see more of it. But Hans has been in positions where it's been a little bit hairy in terms of the right defensive moves to find, and he's found his way out. There, he wasn't able to, but we'll see whether that's just a one game, because I think it's fair to say probably too little, too late, or whether it really reminds Ding how he can play.
Yeah, this next game is going to be very telling. He has momentum. One win counts as momentum in the context of this match. And what you want to avoid is an opening disaster. We've seen Hans take Ding out in the opening, which has been very impressive. But here I think Ding, he has a bit of a classical approach. He plays classical openings in blitz, tries to push with white, and as black, he's okay with a draw. And that can work when the match starts off competitive. Today, the match hasn't started off competitive, and I think he has a bit of that deficit in his speed chess game, where if he needs to change things up, it's not so easy, because he got to his level playing the way he plays, and he's not just playing hundreds of blitz games online, different openings, trying out different things. He's a fairly established, known player when it comes to what he brings to the board.
Yeah, exactly. And we're looking at a spot here where Hans is putting on the pressure. The knight on d3 almost feels like it deals with both of Black's
look
knights.
At this. Queen g6, knight f4. And the queen is trapped almost. Or there's some tactics, right? Queen g6, knight f4.
Loose.
f7 is loose.
Wow. Yeah, knight f4 is a really, really nasty move. And actually, where do you put the queen?
Probably queen c6 and just go down a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's nothing better. The question is, do you play queen g6 first, then knight f4, then queen c6?
So.
Either way, you're losing the f7 pawn, which isn't game over. If roles were reversed, Hans would be playing this position quickly, being like, you know what? I'm going down a pawn. That's it. There's nothing better than that.
I think you don't want to allow knight f7, knight e5. So maybe maybe queen g6, knight f4, and then slide over. It's tough to allow an extra piece into the attack, though.
But Ding can't be tanking here. That's not how you play the blitz.
Mm-hmm.
You make a mistake, you lose a pawn. You have to play faster than that. Okay, queen c2. Interesting.
I have to say, it's a combative blitz move, because instead of just accepting down a pawn, you're saying, okay, well, I'll also win b2, so it'll be a bit of a race.
At least there'll be a bit of race. You're like, okay, I might get mated. My queen is, queen f5. So much for the race.
Yeah, never mind. retreat, and still you're pressuring b2, but obviously it is a full pawn down.
It's a full pawn, but at least black's pawns are in light squares. So I see a future where if everything gets traded off, black's pawns are situated on light squares, that white's extra pawn is that f pawn. Those bishop endgames aren't necessarily the end of the world. You take away the knights from the board. All the knights. White's up a pawn, but it's not an easy conversion.
King h8
What is an easy
a-
conversion is Ding going down to 20 seconds and blundering when he gets low on the clock.
I like the speed
Now
that he
queen
played the last
f3.
couple moves.
Nice. Hans is preparing g4. This is a good way to eventually use your kingside pawn majority. So
I'm
knight
surprised we
takes.
didn't see it already. Where
I
was
thought g4 could be played at the exact moment. Ding might fight for it by playing h5. No, he's not fighting for it.
Oh yeah, this is a problem here.
He could have given check and taken on b5. Hans is, yeah. Just going for it.
He's probably thinking about, I was going to say thinking about knight g6 first, but this is another way to do it.
Does this work? Well, now it works. There's queen f7 and maybe knight here. Okay, this is an idea. Ding down to 5 seconds here. At least the queens are off the board, so now Ding can speed up. This position, I think he has some chances. Get rid of that knight on e5. g6 is loose. And again, the endgames aren't that bad. He's still only down. He's just down a pawn I'm on.
Yeah, it's true.
That's defined. Loses b2.
He wants to go back for checkmate.
He's going to have to sack the exchange.
Or rook c6 takes g6.
Some counterplay from Ding. Some fight with 3 seconds on the clock. And now that a-pawn might determine the game. The knight can't move or you lose g6. The rook can swing over to a6, support the pawn. It's an even material endgame now.
He has to come up with something that's like a trick, right? Like 3 seconds left. You know you're
there is
probably
no trick
lost.
Here. You can't move your knight.
What does he have?
He's going to eventually have to bring his rook back.
Yeah, I don't see a way around it.
And now Ding will have to find a way to push this pawn through. Even if he doesn't, it looks good. Because that rook is just passive, and now you have ideas like knight here. You have ideas like b4. Try to get the bishop to c3. Hans isn't in time to come up with a checkmate. The rook is on a1. That's not going to do it. Bishop c3 is coming.
There's nothing here. No.
No, you can never even swing your rook around because you'll just promote.
I don't see a threat. Rook f1, knight e3
Bishop f8, classy, stopping checkmate. Take on g6. Take on g6. He finds it.
That's a big time move.
That's it.
That's it.
That's 2 in a row.
Yeah, and we have to say, you know, although the match is 10-3, and most of the time we'd be talking about the 10 points, the focus in the last couple of games has to be on the 3 points, actually. Ding not just won his first game, but won 2 in a row. And all of a sudden, Eric, we've got more to play for, right? We've got another part of this 3+1 section. We've still got the bullet ahead. Ding is not quitting on this match just yet.
No, we were wondering if that was the case, but this is a momentum builder. The game he won earlier was really nice. Nice finish, but winning a bad position I'm on. That's when you start thinking, my opponent, they make mistakes. I got chances. He was completely busted. He had 4 seconds the entire game. That's got to feel good for Ding. And we've seen bigger comebacks before. So
we have
right in the nick of time
really
because, you know, it was 10-1 to 10-3 feels a lot better. And all of a sudden, Ding might have a bit of confidence and we might have a bit of excitement coming in. That was really necessary.
Yeah, now the score is 10-3, and don't worry, everyone. There's some more chess up next. And speaking of chess up, Chess.com is thrilled to support the fellow game changer, Chess Up, the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm. They have their brand new Chess Up 2. It's physical electronic board synced to your Chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on Chess.com. Has built-in Wi-Fi, touchscreen, touch-sense pieces, and Chess Up 2 supports players of all levels. Over 500,000 Chess.com games have already been played on the Chess Up 2, and now we're hooking you up with 10% off when you use code CCT10. So head over to playchessup.com or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this limited time offer. I had the chance to actually use this board myself last week, and there are some pretty exciting features that I liked in terms of how to create odds with players of different skill levels. So that's probably my favorite part of it. Eric, we are going to take a break, but we got more 3+1 action coming at you right after this short break.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Who is your favorite person in the tournament as a friend?
Fabiano Caruana, because he's a very friendly person.
I think I have good contact with Javi. Oh, Prague. I also get along very well with Prague. Fabio Praganda, probably, yeah.
Well, Fabiano Caruana.
And probably Gukash Domaradjo.
Maybe Kasparov. Maybe for fun, yeah, Magnus, because we are in Team Liquid now.
What is your favorite city in the world?
The Hague.
Where I live, Minnesota.
Krakow.
Probably Paris.
I like generally, Switzerland, Geneva, Dubai or Doha is also very, very, very suitable for me.
Yeah, I'd say Chennai.
Are you more a night owl or an early bird?
I'm definitely a night owl.
Early bird nowadays.
Early bird.
Late. It depends on my routine because sometimes I night owl and sometimes I'm early bird.
Recently I became night owl because I played in many classical tournaments and I have to prepare. My advice is just to be a morning person.
I wake up around 9.
8:30.
Maybe 9. Sometimes 10.
I usually at 10 a.m.
Actually, I wake up early around 8, 9. But whenever I study chess, it's always late.
10 maybe, the 9:30.
Chess Championship. Hans Niemann against Ding Liren. The action continues here in the 3+1 segment. And the match right now, although it is 10-3, the storyline is not really about what a crushing match this is, because that's been the storyline up until now. The storyline is Ding has just won not only his first game, but his second game directly after. He's now at 3 points. And as we head into the rest of this 3+1, Eric, what do you think is, the target score for Ding realistically going into the bullet? Like, how much does he need to do in the rest of this 3+1?
Probably a couple more wins. Get it within a margin of 5. Still big underdog, but Hans is too strong of a player to just win every game, but he finishes a couple more wins, brings it to 10-5, then we're talking.
Right, and 10-5 is still a massive deficit, as you mentioned, but at least from 10-1 without a single win on the board to end the 3+1 segment 10-5, that's definitely going to be an achievement. But Hans had his first taste, I think, of Ding really just locking in on those positions and playing them the way that they're supposed to be played. Ding just showcased the level that we've been waiting for. And so the break might have been well timed for Hans to say, okay, maybe I can't play with that exact same confidence that I've been playing with the entire time, where I feel like I can win every single position. But Eric, do you think he's changing much about his approach at all? Or is he just going straight back into it?
I don't think you hit the panic button yet. If you're Hans after that second loss, he was completely winning up time as well, just dominating the game. He did lose that. I don't think you switch it up yet, but if you're looking at like before the match, how Ding can pull out points. One thing, Hans is a very ambitious player. In classical and speed chess, sometimes he loses because he overpresses. Doesn't mean he played it wrong, but he can get very ambitious, and Ding is known, especially prime Ding, informed Ding, as a very sturdy defender. We've seen that French position where Ding ended up getting a winning position because Hans overpressed. In this last game, Ding fought back. I don't think Hans should change anything up yet, because part of what makes him good is the way he approaches those positions, tries to crush you, plays ambitiously. Yes, sometimes you're going to lose or overpress that, but that's what brings him success. So I wouldn't panic yet if I'm Hans, but if I'm in Ding's shoes, definitely have something to feel good about, carry some momentum forward, and just keep on fighting. The thing is, he was down to 4 seconds that game. He won it. Sometimes you win a game like that, you're like, don't change anything. I don't think you can afford to play with that clock management. That still needs to be an adjustment from Ding. Can't get down to 4 seconds. We keep repeating that, he's going to end up losing a bunch more.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What about this position here? I mean, Ding is doing a little bit of a better job on the clock, but I have to say the double-edged nature of the position is probably a good thing.
Queen c6, yeah.
Oh, Queen c6?
Okay.
Queen b5.
Queen b5 works, otherwise, yeah.
Preparing that in defense. Oof.
Because Ding was hoping to get a move in like e6, but
that's one miss.
I don't mind this position. It's sharp. Black has potential on the queen side, maybe even the d pawn. Same time, that e5 pawn, heavy pieces on the board. Maybe in the future, Ding can plant the bishop on f6, have some counterplay. I think no matter what, got to keep the queens on the board. Not a fan of this position overall. This too much has been liquidated. Not posing enough problems for Hans, I think, entering this type of position. Like, you can even trade queens and place the bishop on c5 as black. And the concern here is an endgame is favoring black. e5 pawn is loose. King can maybe walk into e6 if the queens are off. I'm just showing some future here. King can walk into e6. Black can put the rooks behind c and the d pawn, blockade that passed d pawn. And I think black is for choice there. Again, Ding down on the clock and doesn't have easy pressure here.
I think these are
so maybe my queen c6 move was bad.
Yeah, it's possible. Like, he went queen c6 and then came back, but I think these are the moments that, as a speed chess player, you just can't allow. He's down a minute. just on this one move. And so f5, regardless of the outcome, is already a phenomenal move. I think it's a great move anyway, but look, he spends a minute, he plays the move that Hans wants to see. The king is coming to e6, like you said. This is just domination here for Hans.
Yeah, it's domination. You're not winning games with this time management. We established that, but the actual position at hand is close to winning for black because it's so easy to play. The king on e6 is a rock, can't be attacked, and the mobile pawns, black has them. The D and the C file. Look at that A5 move, very classy, hoping ding takes, because then you connect your pawns and you have potential for those connected passers. Ding doesn't take, but there's no counterplay for ding here. And this doesn't help in the match because this is going to be a long game unless ding blunders, and it's a two-result position. Either ding is losing or he's drawing. So this is just going to drain the clock, drain his energy, and for what? You don't have prospects here. Black's looking to cash in with that C pawn.
Yeah, pawn takes on d3, pawn to c3, sidestepping. It looks like d3 is just hanging a pawn, but it's actually creating a pass pawn with 10 seconds. It's so hard to react the right way. After c3, c2, the bishop goes to a3.
Rook c5, bishop a3 coming, I'm on.
Yep. I don't see a way out
King
here.
can go to, oh, this is just a good game by Hans.
And exactly
not the hardest game either, by the way. Not the hardest game, which is you don't want, like, an easy win with black. Look, just the last thing. Game over. This is resignable.
Yep.
It's funny. Rook takes c2, rook d8 is checkmate.
It's checkmate in one move. That's right.
Well, you talk about stopping the momentum. That's exactly what Hans needed. Momentum is gone. And every win here, every draw, maintaining that huge lead in the score, the chance of a comeback diminishes. Just statistically, there's just not a lot of time.
Yeah, there's only going to be time for a few more games in this 3+1 segment, maybe 3. I think Ding at this point would probably want more games, more opportunities, but Hans is, he's up in this match for a reason. So when it's 10-3, nothing has really changed. I mean, maybe Ding has seized his opportunities. A world-class player like that is going to get some wins. Like, it would just be unfathomable to go the entire match without a win. So we knew it was going to happen at some point. But Hans has just come back from this very short break in the 3+1 and said, okay, business as usual. Remember how this match was going, for the first segment and a half? That's how it's going to continue to go. And he's back on top, 11-3, and looking very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive just match so far. I mean, even that last game, Hans's openings, he's been doing very well against Ding. Even with the black pieces, like, this is Ding's repertoire isn't necessarily suited for winning with black. He's been playing very solid. He's been banking on getting good positions with white, and Hans hasn't been allowing that. Even here, we have like a Petrov. Black is doing okay. And Queen A5, there were some ideas of sacrificing, so that does force the exchange of white's light squared bishop for the knight. And I don't mind that at all, but the question here,
that looks like a very powerful
nice
move to get rid of these bishops. Because had you maybe played knight to d4, I can understand why Ding would want that position. You have the bishop pair, maybe c5 coming, but having maybe the dark square bishops being traded in the future, I can understand a little bit more.
I wonder if he's looking at taking on f6, and after take on f3, move the queen out of the way. He's played it. This just allows a lot of trades, but if everything trades off and black eventually takes on f6, just an ugly pawn structure. Also, f3 could be a weakness. It is a weakness.
Yeah.
And could be looking at a position where just white's playing for a win without risk.
Yeah, and not just playing for a win, but playing the game on without risk, right? We're going to eat a lot of the clock up in an opposite bishop position.
Rook e5 and queen g5 I'm trying to make work.
Yeah.
There was probably something wrong with that. Rook e5 in the previous move. I want to go rook e5 to play queen g5. Not sure if there's something wrong with that.
Yes, queen a6 to try to give a check, something desperate, but I really like the look of that.
Yeah, queen a6. Oh, queen a6. That does look good.
We can see the blue arrow indicating pretty much a necessary move, the top computer move in the position in order to really stay in it. And queen f4 comes with a lot of threats as well. You're eyeballing the c7 square, rook e5, queen g5.
Yeah, this position is easier to play for white. That as long as that bishop stays on d4, very strong. So queen d6 like is nice. C7. Preparing c5. Yeah, queen c7 would have been annoying.
Rook takes e6 was a threat there.
Oh. So queen takes a3 is available.
Mm-hmm.
A big think is required here from Hans. This is a nice move by Ding. Are we seeing c5? I guess yeah, bishop e3, and things are pretty compact.
Yep.
That rook is all okay. Bishop d5. There's rook e8. You don't want to allow white to just play king b2. King b2. Then your king is safe. Eventually f3 could be loose. Ding needs a good move here. Once again, down 90 seconds.
Yeah, the time is so concerning.
This is where Hans thrives.
Do you play c4?
Well, you can play c4, but I don't like the look of this with the bishop on d4 I'm on. Bishop d4 looks completely game over to me. You can't just allow that bishop to park itself there long term.
So g5
like, where's the counterplay?
Not 10
seconds, expecting. You're getting mated on the g file. Rook takes g7.
Oh my goodness, there's now just rook g7 and bishop check.
King f8, but it's not getting easier.
Yeah, and there's no threats in the position as well.
There's no threats. So yeah, that's
12-3. Another one for Hans with a brilliancy there. Certainly not a move that is that impressive at this level with a pretty basic tactic. Rook takes and the bishop just moves with a discovered attack on the queen. But nevertheless, a brilliancy and another win, 12-3 for Hans Niemann, opening up a gap that is surely going to be insurmountable,
Eric. Talking about Hans. Ding wins 2 games in a row. A little bit of momentum. How does Hans respond? 2 straight wins. We're back to just a massive lead.
Yeah, business as usual. We're now looking at these Catalan structures with usually the light squared bishops being exchanged at some point. Knight e5 is a really easy way to imagine that happening. White often plays queen c2, drop the queen back to make room for the knight.
Okay, Catalan, though, those positions, Ding doesn't mind playing. Just going for a small edge, some small squares. Maybe eventually you place your queen on b5. Okay, we want to recapture on d4 at some point. Black will probably get the knight to d5 at some point. But not a type of position where Ding should end up being down on the clock. So this is a game. Paying attention to the clock. These are easy positions for white. There's really zero excuse to end up in time trouble. Zero reason. Put the queen on b5, play easy moves. Easy move is like what? e3. Don't trade the queens. Just queen b5. Okay, you can trade, I guess. Bishop d6.
Yeah, I guess.
I even trading the queens for the match situation. I mean, white has the idea of maybe bringing the knight to d4 from f3, placing it on b5, but it doesn't feel like it's enough.
Yeah, at this stage, I think Hans is more than happy to take a position which you would even need to argue is a little bit worse for black. And even if you win that argument, a slightly worse position at this point for Hans. Like he's just trading every piece, and I don't think the endgame is that meaningful.
Rook c7, rook b8, then knight c5. Knight c5.
That was a very weird move, bishop f8. It's almost
It
like
was because he
it was
thought
like
he
a
could.
mouse slip or something.
So knight c5, bishop d6. You're in time to play rook b7. Knight c5. If you trade, you get some activity. Oh, that was a move.
I guess he wants to play knight c4, but black can take and maybe just play b5 at the end. Knight d7, same thing, take and b5.
Rook d7. At least the rook has some stability there. Hans's goal is to trade off all the queenside pawns. If the pawns are on the king side, very solid. b5 accelerates that. You can take on a5, but after take, there's rook a8 in the end, and black should recapture that extra pawn.
Yep, everything should disappear here. You can even start with rook a8 if you want. I'm not sure there's a big difference. Yeah.
It's not completely drawn because knights are tricky, but Ding's going to have to provoke a weakness somewhere here. I like knight b6. He wants to keep the rook on the a file, covering the back rank, I believe. Maybe knight f4? Rook e8?
Yeah, the knight can also slide back to f5, or to c5 rather. But
You'd
there's
love
that
to
rook
get
e8.
two knights attacking this, but easier said than done. Knight f4 runs into e5. And as pieces get traded, we get closer and closer to a draw.
Yeah, he's preventing knight c5 with that move, but now the knight's just going to retreat. Look, I can tell that Ding is playing this position with
King f3?
a little bit more confidence, right? This is his
This is a position. This is a position that you can still play for a win. It's even material, but what am I playing as white? I'm playing g4. f5 is a nice move by Hans. I want to disconnect the f5 pawn from the rest of black's position. Okay, g4, creating an imbalance. The knight eventually can maybe find the f5 square I'm on.
Yeah. Some rerouting. It looks like a trade of rooks would be winning for Ding, so we won't be
The
seeing rook
d4 pawn
e7.
is weak, and white's king is ready to take the center with king e4. So Ding can try to milk this. He doesn't need to find amazing moves. Build up, just play something.
This is one of the first games that we've seen, which has really been a longer game where there's some small advantage and, the game can really continue, or you can imagine be played for quite some time. So we really get a chance to see potentially Ding's technique here, although Hans is looking comfortable.
You need to find a square for that knight, but in the meantime, defend e2. Worst case, maybe f3. Place the knight on e4.
Yeah.
f3 weakens the dark squares, but I'm trying to find active central squares. Ding needs to make sure he doesn't fall too behind on the clock. I think he's playing this quite well. Can you play rook d6 to play knight e4? Is it tough on the clock?
That's what he's thinking about. Kind of doing the same idea backwards, I think, with knight e4. If pawn takes on g4, then rook d6.
Yeah, so pawn takes g4, rook d6. I'm calculating just taking on f3 there.
Yeah. There's also rook f8 if you just need to move. That's a nice calculation. And
this is what I was looking at because there's a rook takes e4 tactic. So king g7.
Well, this is a draw offer, I think.
Yes, it is.
And there's going to be enough time for one more game to start.
Like a bit of pressure from Ding, but Hans, if you notice this clock, played quickly the entire time and never found himself in a very uncomfortable position.
If Hans wants the segment to end, he can... I was going to say he could have played maybe rook e3, but it looks like, we will maybe see the segment end. He has got more time on his clock. I don't necessarily think you're doing this necessarily to win, but remember, he could just wait, about a minute, so there's no time for one more game, but it looks like they will play one more.
Yeah, it's not a match situation where it's like, okay, I'm suffering in this time control. Let's get on to the next one. Hans has done well in every time control so far, and just has the confidence.
Yeah, he's not afraid. It's not like a lead he's trying to protect. If anything, maybe more games would be even better, because of the way that the games have gone thus far. So Hans also gets the white pieces again as well to close out this 3+1 segment before we ultimately conclude things with 1+1 bullet chess. I like this move, c4, anchoring the knight in the middle of the board. But taking with f takes e3 kind of indicates, look, you want to expand in the center, or you want to use the f file. And it looks like we're going to get d4 first. The bishop on d8 seems completely out of play, but Eric, as we talk about this game here, the fact is, Hans is sitting pretty at 3 minutes exactly, right? His time has not even dipped below the starting time because he's playing that quick.
Yeah, no reason to change anything. What his strategy is working. Playing quickly hasn't affected his move quality. Everything's working for Hans. I'd say this position, like that last game was a draw, which was fine. The problem is how the match started. It was just a disaster for Ding, because Ding playing some like solid positions, trying to push, ends up being a draw. That's fine. Expected a like hard fought competitive like games in a match, but based on the match situation, it's not fine. He gave up way too many easy games early on. Even this position is fine to have for black and blitz. It's imbalanced. You have the bishop pair as black. You have a better structure in some ways. As white, you never want to take on e5, because then you're left with isolated pawns. You're keeping the tension because you want black to take on d4 so you can capture towards the center, get that pawn mass. But it's double-edged. Ding can play king h8. He can just play here, wait for Hans to make a committal move. A committal move is like d5. d5 is committal because if black doesn't take, maybe you've opened up the dark squares a little bit for black. And without that, there's not a lot of moves for white. White's really waiting for black to take. So just a strategic, long game, no problem for Ding, or generally shouldn't be. He likes those. But the clock management doesn't make any sense to me. His moves are not hard to find. There's not a good reason for Ding to be spending 10, 20 seconds on moves like h6. Especially, you see your opponent playing quickly. Yes, you're a little low on confidence, but you know if they're playing that fast, they're not calculating everything.
Yeah,
you don't need to calculate everything too. Your opponent is indicating to you they're playing off of feel mainly. And you can respond the same way.
Yeah, and I think Ding can keep up in those situations as well. We're starting to see him playing a little bit quicker now, and honestly, the moves have been almost better than previous. He's got g6 in. The bishop on b1 is not a great piece. Really, the move f5 is being prevented, but the dark square bishop should reign supreme for black. The bishop on b1 is no good. The knight on g3 can't really move anywhere. So this is all Ding in terms of the active plans. And bishop a4, I don't know that I wanted to allow that. Would it play bishop d7 first?
I don't think so. I think Ding, everything was building up on f5, but White's demonstrated they have a lot of pieces there. I would have liked Ding to have played a6, bishop d7, b5, try to expand on the queen side to open up for the bishops. Because if there's one thing White's ready for, it's the f5 move.
Exactly.
It's still, don't play f5 as black, a6, b5, grab some space there. Eventually, if you can pull some pieces away, then you might have a well-timed f5. This is a totally fine position for black, but the time management is completely unacceptable from Ding.
And I think the other reason
Hans
why
isn't
it's,
threatening anything. Why are you spending like you just?
exactly.
I have to be critical because we expect more from Ding. Can't be winning blitz games at this pace.
The problem is Ding is not really known as a player that's tremendous with low time. So sometimes you can be less critical of another player who can succeed there, but Ding is not a specialist.
I don't even get this A5 move, closing the position instead of opening it up. Yes, he's okay. Now he's starting to trade queens. I would have enjoyed maybe Hans plays G4 here. Eventually.
A5 was shocking with the dark
But
split bishop.
I just don't get it.
Yeah,
The
now it's
draw's
actually
not okay.
Hans who has all the opportunities, all the pawns on light squares. As black, you'd want the pawn on A6, so you can play rook B8 and B5. Now there's absolutely nothing that can go wrong for Hans.
Yep. I don't want to play F5 as black anymore because there's potential where we trade everything and put a knight on E4. But again, some of those decisions by Ding, I simply don't understand.
Yep, he's shuffling the pieces here, but things can only go wrong. It's a draw at best for Ding, as the segment is definitely over. And yeah, he's allowing absolutely everything.
And he just flagged. I mean, no reason to lose that game, Hans. It wasn't clear he was trying to win that game.
Yeah,
like,
he was
Hans
just
doesn't
playing.
even need to try. He was just playing quickly, didn't make any hard moves, and Ding just flagged.
Yeah.
Like, just actually, Ding did play some bad moves or questionable moves to even allow this to occur, but can't say much there. I have to be very critical of Ding's play there. It's tough.
Yeah,
he
we
knows
have
it
another.
himself. He's going to be critical. He's just upset with himself.
Exactly right. I mean, 7-1 in the 5-minute portion, 6.5 to 2.5 in the 3-minute portion, which means there's only bullet ahead, and there is a margin of 10 between these two players, Hans Niemann and Ding Liren. Eric, it's become almost difficult to watch the decisions from Ding. I haven't seen that ambition. There was a spark, a flurry earlier with the 2 wins in a row, but I think Hans quickly reminded everyone, including himself, wait a minute, this is just the last 2 games. The entire match is still the same story. He basically came right back after all of that and delivered more of what we've seen the entire time. And so with bullet approaching, both players are off camera. And Eric, it means that you and I, along with the players, are going to take a break, which means bullet awaits us 1+1 between Hans Niemann and Ding Liren in the Speed Chess Championship. Don't go anywhere.
It's only a pawn. Give me the bishop. Yes. Tactics. No, it's on F1. Oh yes. Oh yes. Check. No. That's on G2. Yeah. I'm scrambled. find the queen so I can promote it. Mate, somewhere, it's on the 8 file. Somewhere it's made. Okay.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone at Zenni.com.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
back, everybody. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Hans Niemann and Ding Liren are now entering the 1+1 segment to conclude their match. This is Bullet. It means that the time is much lower compared to the Blitz segments that preceded. And Eric, the score is 13.5 to 3.5. It's a gap of 10 points, which if we even stop and think about, just the math on a single Bullet game finishing, I mean, it's almost like an insurmountable lead for obvious reasons, but maybe insurmountable mathematically.
Yeah, he'd have to win every game and do it quickly. That's what we're looking at here. Every single game, because 1+1, the average game is more than 2 minutes, right? You're looking at closer to 3 minutes at least. So that's already 30 minutes right there. That's the segment.
Yep. Yeah, we've only got 25 minutes of Bullet chess, 1+1, and the increment really makes a difference. For context, I think most of the viewers, if they hear Bullet, they're probably expecting a 2-minute game, but truthfully, these 1+1 games, I've seen a single 1+1 game in the SCC last 5 or 6 minutes, Eric, depending on the position. If you get a rook endgame or an opposite bishop endgame, that +1 second can really add up. So we'll see how the segment starts, but for obvious reasons, we have to expect it to be going the way that it has been. The one thing to highlight is Ding Liren has been down on time in every single format, in almost every single game by a significant margin. And in Bullet, it will just be more pronounced if it stays that way.
Yeah, and there's just been no indication that that's going to change. I mean, the last game of this 3-1 segment, just we saw it. Ding just let his clock run out. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. There's no reason to lose that game, and now we're at a point where there's almost no time left. Going into the match, I think if Ding is in form, he's still the underdog. But I'd like to, he's played well before. He's a world-class player when he's in form, and even then, that might not be enough with the way Hans is playing today. Just so confident and just commanding the positions. But this is not an informed Ding, and Hans knows that. His strategy is not going to change. He's going to play the same pace he's been playing, and I just don't see the hustle in Ding's chess.
Yeah, a couple of things are true at the same time here as Bullet gets underway. Hasn't been Ding's best chess, and it actually has been some of Hans's best work. Not only has he been playing well, but he's been playing really confidently, and I think that when he allows himself to feel that flow state and confidence in his own chess, he gets to a point where it just feels unstoppable. And that's probably how Ding is feeling playing up against him right now. So jumping into the Bullet here, Eric, we're seeing an opening that we've certainly seen a few times, but usually the colors have been reversed.
Yeah, usually the colors are reversed. And by the way, while you were talking, Ding was down almost 20 seconds from the jump. Hans is now taking some time here, figure out how to best proceed. Sometimes you take on d4, and maybe he's calculating if you can play d5 or knight takes c4 with d5.
Yeah,
typical theme. Already don't like White's position.
Yeah, and this is
It's just
I guess it's a position with even material, but tons of imbalances. The d pawn is weak. Bishop on a7 looks like it's a very strong piece, actually, because of the pressure. And bishop takes h3 is in the air, even better. Knight takes d4, yeah.
And knight takes d4, queen takes d4. There's your extra pawn. And there's nothing to say.
Not much to calculate there. That was just a free pawn in the center. But if bishop e3 was played, there were other tactics to worry about. And even knight takes f5 just isn't getting it done. Hans winning now up 2 pawns, and there's just no threats in the position either. He's also up on the clock. So it's more of what we have seen. Queen g3.
That's it. Yep. Well, I said Ding needed some quick games, but not losses. That's that's not on the menu, and you know, I
And
think
Eric, you and I have both been in the situation of playing a match where the score line is, you know, the deficit is huge, but also, you know, you are just continuing knowing that every game you just like lacking confidence. And that's the worst part about it, is that for Ding, the results have been such that he can't go into the next game feeling like anything is going to change, because nothing about the games are changing. There's no time to adjust or prepare differently, or you know, you can't start a new session. So it is difficult to keep going in.
Yeah, it's hard not to have a defeatist attitude in this type of situation. And you know, we love to hype things up and say, you know, close match, there's comeback potential, but we don't have that here. Absolutely not. Completely dominating performance from Hans from start to finish. And besides these 2 wins in the 3-1 segment, it feels like that was a long time ago. Feels like, again, there's been a drought. Hans is just shutting thing out.
Yep, he's been playing very, very well, and it's shown in the results. Even his bullet segment here is looking good. So for Ding, I think the recovery is really just about scoring some wins and going out feeling a little bit better about the day. Because with 3.5 points, you're really just focused on the game in front of you, not trying to change the overall score.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if things like, you know, get some points here, feel better afterwards, but it's a elimination event, right? There is no second chance.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. There's no tomorrow. You know, we're commentating, both of us live from Toronto. There's the World Series of Baseball taking place. That's a best of 7. There's days where you just can't hit the ball. In this format,
that's right.
You just have the one day. And today, Ding has been nowhere close to the level required to put up a fight against Hans. And looking at a round one exit here, the speed has been lacking, the tactics have been lacking, the confidence is lacking. I don't know how much he prepared before the event, how warmed up he was. I know he played a little bit of speed chess over the board. As I mentioned, there's a tournament in China, but the way he's playing, it feels like it's a foreign format to him.
Yeah, he's played the
Right?
SCC.
You have, like, he's played the SCC before, but it feels like even the way he's playing, when you think about how you play these matches, the speed, when you win matches, what's required, and just,
I mean,
you can't
Eric,
get in this time trouble.
Even what we just saw was unfortunately, I mean, we have to call the games in front of us, but that was a full extra rook, and then Hans was down a rook and just kind of outplayed him. Yeah, there's no sugarcoating it. That's not a result you expect to see, but it's at this point, it's understandable. It's just that kind of match. Sometimes you see blowouts in sports games, but it's just that's one game, and that same team can come back and just crush the next game. But this match is just one of those games. So we're just witnessing a blowout. I've seen it in a number of professional sports, and this is no exception.
Yeah, no, Ding has lost all confidence, and I think most of us have been there on a bad day of chess. You're finding ways to lose. Just the wrong kind.
Sometimes it just feels like that. And here he's got the white pieces. I mean, he just had a bullet game where he had that extra rook, and you could just feel things unraveling. Now he's back in this position, and you just have to play the game in front of you. But he's got 20 seconds. His opponent's basically pre-moving, got over a minute. I haven't seen too many bullet matches in the SCC that end with one player over a minute, and it looks like we almost might have a chance of that here.
Yeah, Hans is just playing fast and making it sharp, and the results haven't been changing. This position is okay for Ding. I wouldn't say more than okay, because those pawns are extremely tough to deal with. The double B and the double E pawns, maybe rook B8 here, something like that. But 12 seconds, like it's not fun to play like that.
No, it's a tough spot to be in. He's going to get a trade here, but a lot of these pawns are probably going to fall. Rook B8, like you said. And yeah, black only could be better here, because once these pawns fall, the rest of the position is better for Hans.
So like, here we go. It's an okay position. You're down a pawn, but the double E pawns give you some counterplay. The moves should come quickly. Bishop F6, maybe rook B4. G4, all those moves, yeah. Fix the pawns, H5, King G7. Hans doesn't have an issue when he's in these positions to play quickly and put the pressure on.
Okay, there's
there's no hesitation.
Yeah. He's got to bring the rook back now, right? Like rook D5.
You have to play passive defense here.
And that's not what you want.
So he's going to try to bring the king to E4 and win the king side pawns?
I think so, yeah. King D6 and F5, and then E4, I presume.
Okay. You should be able to hold this.
Yeah.
The E pawn gives you counterplay.
And yeah, I guess we will get a draw here. I don't know if it's possible to win this, but only black could win.
Possible to lose it, yeah, on the clock, but shouldn't happen. King E3, then
H4, I guess.
Exactly. H4 and G5.
Yeah, so he's going to try for E4, but now I think he will be able to hold with H4, G5, and just getting rid of those pawns. 16-4. Hans is, 10 minutes are off the match clock here. It's really just a matter of time, literally, until he claims what he came here to do, which is a match victory. You know, like I said earlier, two things can be true at the same time, and really hasn't been Ding's best showing, but it's also possible that Hans could have showed up and maybe been in poor form himself. So have to extend credit to Hans for what has been a match full of brilliancies, interesting openings, a lot of confident sacrifices, and great time management.
Yeah, from the beginning of the match, Hans put pressure on Ding. And you look at Ding, he just never got going. He never started strong or felt comfortable in the match or had confidence in himself, because from the very beginning, he had a couple tough losses, and Hans was like, playing sharp, playing quickly, and instilled doubt in Ding's games. We have these positions. Ding's played this, lots of high-level events. Hans plays it all the time. Should be very combative. The chances should be fairly balanced here. But result-wise, it hasn't been the case here. Hans has emerged from the complications from the sharp positions well, and it really helps to play an entire match with a significant time advantage. Exactly. Every single game you can count on, you know what, I'm going to be up 20, 30 seconds. When a tough decision needs to be made, my opponent's going to have problems finding that.
Yeah, and we see this F file for black here. Ding is trying to make use of it, but at the same time, usually white gets this position where you play G3, and you're not necessarily trying to play F4, but you're preventing the counterplay. The rook on C2 defends the F2 pawn, and that's about it. But the move D5, anytime you can get those pawns undoubled, it's a big achievement, and Ding can be very happy with that last sequence.
Good solid position for Ding. I'm just worried about the time I'm on. I'm a broken record here. But Ding is playing this well. He's showing full understanding of the structure.
Yeah, watch out for that E4 square. Yeah, that's exactly the move that I was thinking about. I don't know if it's the right one, but allowing the white knights to take over E4 was not an option.
Nope. And Hans is trying to corral that pawn with that backwards knight move.
Yeah, knight d4,
And
you can just take it.
Take on f3.
Mhm.
Oh, Ding's going for it here. I'm not sure if it works, but it's sharp at least.
It is. After...
And
king
just good
f2.
defense by Hans. Queen g3 check. Knight e3, there's queen e2. You can give up the queen for the g2 pawn.
Yeah.
Evens up the material, but I'm a little worried about that knight. I guess it escapes to b4.
Right.
Again, like Ding's just stressed here because he's down to 4 seconds. Positions
It's fine,
equal.
really. Yeah.
But
And
as long as
if
the knights stay
anything,
on the board.
Ding has those pawns, right? The kingside pawns. So if anything,
Yeah.
I kind of like the chances in an endgame, but
Maybe-
it's a while before we really see the impact.
Okay, a little bit of progress here. A little bit of progress. Knight f5, there's king e5. You can take on c4. The a4 pawn is going to be loose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ding has made huge strides here. He's going to win the h pawn, but the d pawn still exists.
This is winning for Ding. You can just comfortably push that h pawn down the board. He's preventing the king from walking in.
King d7, blocking the pawn, and now there's not really much to do. That king d5 move was still resilient here.
Yeah,
He
Hans is
finds,
dancing around
finds the
that
way.
king, making life a little bit difficult.
Okay, I thought we were going to see a5 there, but there's just no way to stop the b pawn, so a little bit of desperation as Ding should win this one.
Should is the key word. He's going to walk the king towards the king side. That knight and pawn on the queen side keep white's king in check. And
Yep, and he does win on time in that one. Notice how he showed restraint, not playing king e4 to allow knight g5, went around with the king the correct way, and does win that bullet game with 10 minutes on the match clock. Ding is back on the scoreboard with a win.
got to celebrate any win for Ding here. Let's see if he can make it. I mean, his record this match is 2 wins in a row. Maybe as a consolation, try to go for 3 here.
Yeah, and bullet, that can definitely happen, especially one trend that I've noticed in the SCC matches is usually the players that have the match in hand already earned are not necessarily like Hans is probably not at his absolute highest bullet level, maybe Ding as well, but Hans already has the match locked up, so he doesn't really need to be playing his absolute best here, so it is possible for Ding to score even better than Hans in the bullet portion.
Yeah, I mean, heading into the match, I wouldn't guess that bullet would be Ding's best chance for a decent score, but right now that's the reality because the 3 and the 5 portion weren't it. And here, again, have some squares, can play some speed, maybe b3, eventually put the knight on d5. He's playing for that right away. b3, play something quickly.
Yeah,
establish the knight on d5.
It looks like a good move, and we also have maybe f4 in the future to open things up. I would like to, play b3. I'd like to move this queen, like queen d2 or queen h5, and I was thinking about f4.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, there's nothing to risk here, right? Can only try to improve his score. A loss is a loss, either way. But yeah, let's see if Ding can. He's preparing knight c7 here. Some ideas.
Yeah, and rook d4 with the idea of rook takes d5. I guess rook takes d7 is in the air at the end of some variations as well.
Yeah, even allowing all these trades, I'm not sure that was the best choice. Maybe keep the queens on the board, queen b1 or something. Feel like black got let off the hook a little bit here. Maybe bishop e5. And we're entering a rook endgame. Guess Ding's going to pick that pawn up. Maybe put the rook on d2. But chances.
Yeah, there's something.
Either
The
be
rook
up a
on
pawn than
b5
down a
also
pawn.
it can't really move, right? It's stuck on b5, defending both pawns, which is why I do like d6. And he's trying to get rid of it in exchange for a pawn, but the king is going to make its way into the center here.
It's a nice move.
And if king e6, there's also d7 to consider.
Some progress here. Exactly. If the king moves, you have d7. Hans is trying to break free with his king there. Needs a move. Ding needs a move, but he's up on time. Is that the first time this match? Ding is up on the clock. And he's picking up that h pawn. Hans is going to try to pick up the b pawn.
Yeah, this h pawn doesn't feel like it was worth it for all of that.
King
But you know
g5?
what? Yeah, it's tough to corral the pawns here. Rook
Try to
d2
play
does not
rook.
look fast enough.
Rook here. Okay, yeah, king g6 is a nice move.
Okay, that's full liquidation here.
Even there, yeah, Ding was pushing, but Hans at the right moment found the move to take away the counterplay.
And there you go. Everything should disappear from the board now. Rook e4, and every pawn can be captured. There we have a peaceful result here with enough time for probably a couple of bullet games, Eric, to close things out in what's been a dominant performance overall by Hans Niemann.
Just totally dominant, and we're going to see Hans move on and play Mr. Lazovic.
Yeah, it's the type of event, the Speed Chess Championship, that truly does not get any easier. And even those first round matchups are ones that we've seen in quarterfinals before. So it's not an easy event. And as you alluded to, Eric, it's just getting stronger and stronger every year. There's no guarantee that you'll see certain players return, because there's up and comers that are ready and waiting to take those spots.
For sure. And it does feel a bit to me like in this match, though, it is a bit of a changing of the guard. Ding was an invited player. He didn't qualify, and was a former world champion. But I'm sure even in his own eyes, like playing this event, every year, you want to be competitive. A lot of strong young players. It's only going to get harder, and maybe the result, the score, it is very one-sided. But the reality is, Hans is getting stronger every year. The field is getting stronger every year. So, is Ding able to maintain his level for the format? Because as I mentioned earlier, like there's quite a few players that would punish the way he was playing today with that clock management and some of those shaky tactics. And Hans is one of them. He's gotten a lot stronger. He's about to advance, and it's going to be harder and harder for Ding.
Yep, that's the reality. But the other reality is that we talk about just styles matching up in chess. It doesn't necessarily mean that Ding is going to come back, maybe play the SCC again and have a similar result. Sometimes it's just the person he's playing against or the timing. And today, Hans was definitely the better player.
Yeah. Well, here we go. I was going to say, like, one thing I noticed is a feature of Hans's chess is like he can overpress, but he doesn't make many like really bad blunders. Extremely consistent in his moves. He can lose a pawn. He can even mess up a winning position, but it's not like hanging a piece. It's not like blundering checkmate. Doesn't give you a lot. You really have to earn it.
Right.
Have to earn that
1
respect,
second.
earn that tension. It's not seeing that.
And the time again.
Ding is defending. He's even holding on. He doesn't blunder that often. But game after game, Hans is up on the clock, sharp positions. They're fighting in the trenches there, but with the time situation and just Hans's level today. you can look back and be like, you know what, Ding missed some opportunities. He definitely did, and it certainly could have shaped the match. But from the very beginning, Hans was leading and Norton generally dictating the pace, the initiative, the pace, and a lot would be required to change that up. It's not
exactly
not a case where it was like half the games, you know, if there's a way to like grade the games or expected score of the match, they do that a lot now in other sports based on the positions that arose, factoring in everything, time, position. Hans would have been the expected winner by a comfortable margin. Very deserving in all facets here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen this opening a number of times. I have to say, every time I've seen it, I really have estimated that Ding's chances like should be quite good. It's felt like a position that he can be happy with. The bishop on a2 is kind of a non-participant, but at the same time, bishop on b7 is not great. And I love the queen g4, the pressure on the king side, the advanced e-pawn. So this has been an opening or a position that I've really enjoyed today for Ding, but it's not to say that the results have necessarily come.
Yeah, when you get the knight on f5, your queen comes out, we can see visually this is sharp. There's chances, there's ideas. But you need to leave yourself enough time to navigate that. And it might be a case where Ding is putting too much pressure on himself, that he is second guessing everything and he just hasn't been able to find his groove.
Right. Yeah, trying to free that bishop with a4. Desperate to have that piece participate in the action, but I mean, you have to play bishop b1 in order to use your rook at all. You use the rook, now you can't really use the bishop.
Yeah. It's would love that position with that free bishop, but Hans never allowed that. He's just not letting Ding get some of those. Nothing comes easy today for Ding. Nothing coming easy.
There's 30 seconds left, so
he's up a passed pawn here. There shouldn't be risk. He's down to under 10 seconds, but he can milk that extra pawn. He's going for the trade.
Yeah,
at least
rook e3.
Rook e3. He's got that passed e-pawn, so Hans cannot win that d6 pawn because that endgame. Isn't that endgame losing? Well, I was just talking
should be
about
an easy win, yeah.
because the double G pawns means effectively white is up a pawn, and maybe I said something wrong here. Maybe king f4, not king f4.
Yeah, I think you just wait. I was a little bit surprised. Normally, the move that you want to play with white as soon as possible against those double pawns is actually pawn to h4. Completely immobilizes them.
H4, and then the king eventually comes here, right?
Yeah. G3, and so now I guess we're gonna G4, interesting.
Oh, you could have taken, I guess, is what you were thinking. Just taking.
Yeah.
Because now Hans has possibilities to go this way. Maybe you can sack a pawn.
Exactly. You can wait until the king's extended further, and he's expecting now that he's almost winning the game, and he's right to think that.
Yeah. If anyone's going to win, it's going to be Hans. He's got the queen check first, and he's up on time. And he's going to pick off that G3 pawn.
In some ways, Eric, maybe the most fitting final game of the match, because I think it actually really summarizes what we've seen go on today. Hans will play king g6 here and definitely draw this game. The match clock is at zeros. And even though that endgame was winning for Ding, he does not win the game. It ends in a draw by stalemate, and that will conclude this Speed Chess Championship match. And Hans Niemann advances, I believe, just to the quarterfinals. I think.
Yeah, I don't think a day defines your chess, and Ding, we know his resume, but it certainly wasn't his day today with this match. Hans completely dominated from start to finish.
Yeah, Hans Niemann has a lot to be proud of in that one. It was a really great match. My heart goes out to Ding in that one. I've personally been in the situation Eric, I think we both have, where you're just playing an opponent who's clearly got you beat in that moment, on that day, in that match. And that's what we were seeing here. Nothing was working, starting to doubt himself. The time management was not something that was working for him because Ding is not a player that necessarily has that gear to shift into with low time. If anything, he needs to maybe perform better in the 5-minute, in the 3-minute section. So it was a tough day for Ding Liren, but ultimately Han's a very deserving winner and impressed in a lot of different areas against a player that, you know, in Ding, we didn't know who was going to show up, right? That was the question mark at the start, which version was going to show up. At 18-6, Eric, that's a commanding final score.
Commanding final score, and I think, yeah, we're talking about Ding not playing his best, but part of that has to be contributed to Hans, right? It's a lot easier to play poorly when your opponent's playing like that, putting you under pressure from the beginning, demonstrating really good command in positions that Ding was comfortable playing, Ding's openings that he was choosing with white. Hans is winning some nice games with black, so it's a combination of multiple factors, but Hans definitely brought his A game today. And again, never let Ding get comfortable, get confident. The idea that Ding could win the match, it felt like even halfway through, he was really questioning his own chess. And it takes two people to do that. So yeah, hats off to Hans for that. I haven't commentated a match in a while, and time goes by fast. Like, you know, wouldn't expect this type of score, you know.
The whole match ended just like that. It was a dominant performance by Hans Niemann. And actually, we're going to jump to a break because speaking of Hans Niemann, we're going to have a chance to speak to him after that matchup and his win over Ding Liren. We'll be right back.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost its piece.
Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On Chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
Have you ever wished you could just play game after game against a coach who actually teaches you stuff? Imagine a coach that plays at your level, tailors challenges for you, and even gives you feedback while you play. Well, buckle up, because that's exactly what we built. Introducing Play Coach on Chess.com. You can now literally play a full-on game against Coach, who talks to you, points out threats, praises your genius bishop moves, and gently roasts you for missing that fork that's been there for more than 5 moves. Here's how it works. Go to chess.com/play/coach, or just hit up Play Coach in the app. Pick your color, choose the difficulty, and boom, you're in. You can even customize your coach. Don't like their vibe? Change it up. Choose a new coach. Want more or less help? Toggle move suggestions. Turn on or off threat arrows. The eval bar. You are in control. Coach will break down your play as you go. We're talking real-time feedback here. Strategic tips, motivation, compliments when you crush it, hints when you need them, all of it targeted exactly at your level. Total beginner? Coach will teach you opening principles, basic tactics, and king safety. More advanced? Then Coach will give you tips on pawn structure, positional ideas, the works. So stop wasting time. Go to chess.com/play/coach, fire up a game, and actually start getting better. Coach is waiting for you on the board, and I'll see you around on chess.com.
Welcome back to this Chess Championship coverage. I'm joined by the winner of today's match in emphatic fashion, Grandmaster Hans Niemann. Hans, first of all, congrats. It was one of the most one-sided matchups I think that we've seen. That's what the first round of the SCC sometimes brings. It looked easy, but was it easy from your perspective? How are you feeling?
It's quite frustrating for him. And usually when you start badly, you can get a bit frustrated. Obviously that first game, I saw that I blundered, but it was generally, I don't know, quite smooth. And yeah, I think you just got a bit tilted. And when you're tilted, it's possible to lose a lot of games against anyone.
Yeah, well said. I was actually wanted to touch on the fact that it seemed like over the course of this match, Hans, the positions that you were getting, when you were getting good positions, you would win them, but you would have some moments where you'd slip up, but maybe he wasn't punishing them. Was that just fueling you with confidence as the match went on? Like it almost felt like you felt you could win any position today.
There were some games, yeah, that after I saved them, you sort of laugh at yourself, because I don't know. I remember my match with Wesley last year. There were some games in ridiculous fashion that I think it really, really tilted him. So perhaps that's a good skill of mine. Although I forgot to pack a mouse. So 1 hour before the match, I realized I had no mouse. And thankfully, the one I ordered was terrible. So I had to sort of fix the settings to where when I first started using it. So, anyways, the openings went quite well, and I think, yeah, I was certainly fortunate in some moments, but perhaps he's not as experienced playing online or in this format as I am.
Right. Yeah, it definitely had that feeling that it was, a format you were very comfortable with, and that he was using a lot of time in these games. You had 2 minute, 3 minute plus time advantages that at some point it almost didn't matter what was happening on the board. But is that something that you were maybe looking to exploit a little more as you were noticing the match trend, that you just had these huge time advantages?
Yeah, I think was just because the openings were going so well, and perhaps I have more experience because there is this one game where he mouse slipped c6 on move 2.
Yeah.
And at that point, I wanted to show some. I just wanted to, be a good sportsman. I didn't want to take the pawn, and I kind of the karma went the wrong way because I was just lost in the opening, and then the karma came all the way back when I swindled him terribly. So I suppose I was rewarded for my moment of grace, but there was a moment of slight regret, and thankfully I managed to swindle him. But yeah, that was a picture perfect example of him having no time and losing a position he should never lose.
And Hans, you're obviously moving on. You're going to face Denis Lazovic next. I'm going to be blunt and ask you, what are your expectations for yourself in the SCC? Like when you join this event, where do you expect to finish?
Well, last year I was quite critical of the seeding criteria, because I asked you guys how you do the seeding, and you said there's no formula. You have an independent committee who does it, um, which I think is quite stupid. Like you just choose randomly who you want. So obviously, you guys want a semifinal matchup so you can sell the most tickets possible, like you did in Paris. So I think last year, you guys, Chess.com didn't want me to make it, so they gave me the hardest possible opponents, Maxime and Wesley. And now I think the viewership was so high, and that you guys want to sell tickets as a business would want. You've then made the bracket so that I make it to the semifinals with the same opponent, but a little bit easier this time. So I don't know whether to thank you or to be from a being a fairness perspective. The seeding should be done with a formula or a mix of ratings. It should not just be arbitrarily decided. But anyways, I'm certainly not complaining at how smoothly this match went, and I'm looking forward to playing Lazovic.
And so reading into that comment is is Denis Lazovic someone that you feel confident against, or you have some experience playing that you view him as one of the easier matchups for an obvious reason in this bracket?
Well, we had this really, really tense match to qualify for the Vegas freestyle event. Over the board, I've beaten him twice in quite nice classical games, and I think I generally have good results against him. But I was honestly really shocked at how he beat Arjun. So that was certainly an impressive performance, and he's someone to take seriously.
Right. And Hans, just to conclude, there are a few questions from the chat that I'll throw your way. First of all, chat's wondering from Imarikal, is this a level, the one you showed today, that you think you can keep up against the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, and if so, is it enough to win?
Yeah, I think I showed a pretty good level. It dropped a bit, obviously, as the win was sort of secured. But I seek to obviously there were some things to improve, some things that went really well. So just taking it as a every game is something to learn. So I'll try to improve wherever I can.
Right. And to conclude, Hans, just wanted to ask you about, obviously, the U.S. Championship and then SCC. I mean, how is it for you? Pahul G had a question. How do you prepare for the SCC match? And I'll just piggyback off that and include, playing longer formats and then playing the SCC, fitting that into the very busy schedule on the chess calendar right now. How is that for you?
Yeah, honestly, this is my favorite format. I guess other than Over the Board Blitz. So I really, really enjoy it. I didn't prepare at all for this match, to be honest. I am currently in Dubai on the way to Goa. I didn't, if I play the match from America, then I would have to go right to India just because it's so, such a time difference and hard to acclimate. So I also, when I played Maxime and Wesley, I didn't prepare much. So I'm just trying to rest and sort of have a lot of energy for a hopefully long World Cup ahead.
Absolutely. Well, Hans, best of luck in that event. And it's always exciting to see you compete in the SCC. So I look forward to your next match against Denis Lazovic. And obviously, after a long match, I'll let you go. So congrats, Hans, on the victory. Very commanding victory over Ding Liren.
Thank you.
And that is Hans Niemann. Extremely deserved victory there over Ding Liren. Eric, we're taking a look at the bracket right now. That is another quarterfinal matchup made, set in stone. And Hans was, he was highlighting, he brought some criticism and then almost wanted to say thank you because looking at the matchups that are possible in the quarterfinals, you got Magnus, you got Ali Reza, you have Hikaru against Wesley. Hans is looking at his matchup against Denis, and he's no slouch, but at the end of the day, there are stronger opponents that he could have faced.
Yeah, that was I enjoyed that part of the interview, and brings up definitely a point to consider. But yeah, in terms of matchups, he could be playing Magnus in the second round, but he's playing Lazovic, and as he mentioned, he has some experience. He's won most of his encounters with Lazovic, so he's got to be feeling pretty good after today. Yeah, I think you can tell. He said he didn't prepare for the matches, but he's generally prepared. He's playing all the time, and he's playing at a high level all the time. So there's just a lot of well-deserved confidence from the way he's playing.
Yeah, exactly. We have a pretty dominant, 18-6 performance here. And speaking of creating those quarterfinal matchups, we have another match I want to make sure that everyone here is aware of in the SCC. That's October 29th. 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 7:30 Central European Time. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Anish Giri. And Eric, I think we'll be back for that one on Wednesday as well.
Yes, we will. Two guys we're very familiar with, and the audiences as well. So it should be a good one. There's just a couple more matchups left in this first round of the SCC, but it's rounding out to be an exciting week of chess ahead.
Exactly, yeah, round of 16. And sometimes you get matches in this round of 16 in the SCC that, honestly, Eric, they're a little lopsided. That's what the first round kind of does in just about any format. If you're watching even the World Cup, the group stage, sometimes you will get these big imbalances in the matchups. But even just moving one round ahead to the quarterfinals, suddenly in a lot of matches, it becomes extremely difficult to pick a winner. So as the matchups start to get set, you have Magnus, you have Alireza, you have Hikaru, but Hans is now joining, and we know that he has his sights set on the live finals. So, Eric, any of those quarterfinal potential matchups, stand out to you?
Well, first of all, like, styles make fights. So some of the preliminary results don't necessarily affect how round 2 is going to play out. When Hans mentioned he was quite impressed by Lazovic beating Arjun, it makes sense because he might have been, if he was playing Arjun, that might be a tough matchup for Hans, or he would consider it a tough matchup. For me, the qualifiers playing each other is exciting, and that would be Lazovic versus Hans, because these are improving players, and they worked for months to get in that into the tournament. Like, it's just a bit of a different angle, more of a dogfight. But I think most of the matches in the second round are pretty premier. It's hard to predict. I mean, besides the usual favorites, but I think when you look at the field, you have the established contenders, guys like Hikaru and Magnus really stand out, especially from that generation. But you can count on the younger guys. They're just getting better every year. So who's going to make that breakthrough this year, make it to the final, maybe a new name? So I'm looking at those matches a bit more. And that's why the Lazovic Hans one does actually excite me quite a bit, because of that, two qualifiers. But yeah, I mean, these matches, I made the tennis analogy early on, and I think it kind of rang true a little bit. In tennis, you can have top guys playing, and one day it's just a wipeout, straight sets. Guy can't lose on serve, breaks the guy a couple times, and it's not competitive, even though you know you're watching world-class players. Ding is a world-class player. It knows a tough match for him, but it can happen in this format when you only have one match, one opportunity to perform. And that's why even in the second round, it's not so easy to predict, because as Hans mentioned, when these guys are so good, everyone is elite, you start off on the wrong foot. The guys are so strong, you might not get a chance back in the match.
Yeah, it's a perfect summary, and it's the nature of the elimination format. So we have some exciting other matches that are upcoming in the SCC, but for now, and for this show today, that is all we've got. Grandmasters Mon Hambleton and Eric Hansen signing off, and until the next match on Wednesday, we will see everybody then for more SCC action. Bye for now.
Thanks, guys.